Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Wednesday, May 4th special City Council meeting. In accordance with Section 3.07 and 6.03 of the Home Rule Charter and Section 2.04.060 of the City Code, I hereby call this special meeting of the City Council to order. Madam Clerk, can you please take the roll?
Councilwoman Marino? Present. Councilwoman Renzulli?
Present.
Councilwoman Vargas?
Present.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
Present.
Councilman Donegan?
Yes.
Councilman Campiano?
Present.
Councilman Riley?
Present.
Council Vice President Ferry?
Present.
Council President Paplaskas?
Present. We have 4 agenda items on the docket for this evening. The resolution adopting the operating budget and salary schedule for the general fund, the sewer fund, the insurance fund, and the capital budget for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023, and adopting the capital improvement program for the 4 succeeding years. We have the ordinance making annual appropriations for the city of Cranston for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. We have the resolution levying and ordering the assessment and collection of a tax on a rateable real estate and tangible personal property tax, the Section 6.11 of the Home Rule Charter. And we have the ordinance fixing the date when taxes are assessed, due, and payable, and the date when unpaid taxes will carry a penalty. So before we get to those items, first off, I just want to acknowledge a couple of elected officials that are in the the gallery and audience tonight. I see School Committeeman Dominic Fusco, School Chairperson Dan Wall, and I see former City Council President Michael Farina. Gentlemen, thank you for being here this evening. If I missed anybody, I apologize. And if you're on Zoom, I can't see the list and I apologize. Before we get going, I do see the Honorable Mayor Hopkins here this evening, who asked if he could address the council, and I've certainly welcome him to chambers. Mr. Mayor, if you would like to give an address to the council before we get going with our work.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, members of the City Council. 5 weeks ago, I fulfilled my responsibility and presented to you my budget plan for next year. You have reviewed that proposal over the last several weeks so that you can meet your responsibility of adopting a budget by May 15th. I have spoken to several council members over the last month, and I have listened to some remarks and comments in recent days. I would like to clarify and support my budget decisions as you consider possible changes or modifications. First, I remind all of our residents that I presented a balanced budget to the City Council, a balanced budget as required by law. That concept has seemed to escape some of the public comments. In a $330 million budget, I have identified levels of spending and the corresponding revenue to pay for those items. The proposed operating and capital budgets meet the needs of our city and will allow us to deliver essential city services and meet the constituent needs of all Cranstonians. We can debate specific line items, but in the end, I am comfortable with the levels of spending that I have proposed. Are there some items that could be modified? Certainly. In fact, at the request of some of the Republican members of the council, my administration took another look at all of the city departments in the budget. At their urging, I have identified some adjustments which I will support and that will be shared with you shortly. But to be clear, I will only support those changes that meet the fundamental principles used in building this budget. 1, to provide for a proper level of funding for Cranston schools, our students, and their families. 2, the adequate funding of our police and fire departments to protect our residents and to keep our neighborhoods safe. 3, to allow us to keep meeting effective constituent services and to deliver expected services in public works, recreation, and senior services. Meeting our contractual agreements and capital debt obligations to protect our bond rating and earned respect in the financial markets. This year, we pretty much level funded departments, with the exception of commitments and contractual obligations. However, I remind you that we had to account for many expense increases and some loss of revenue beyond our control. They include $7 million for several years of claims and health insurance deficiencies as identified by your independent auditor hired by you for the last fiscal year. Our retired finance director, praised by everyone, disclosed to me before retiring that the Auditor General wanted that matter addressed. Rather than kick the can down the road, I chose to lead on that issue and fund it now to put it behind us. $750,000 for increased cost of garbage pickup and tipping fees at the state landfill. $172,000 for increased rental of fire hydrants from the city of Providence. We are a captive customer. Without the ability to get hydrants from someone else or to eliminate hydrants and possibly risk people's safety and affect their insurance rates. $138,000 for the cost for this year's primary and general elections. $1.46 million, again, I repeat, $1.46 million for contracted employee obligations and step increases. $650,000 for increase in health insurance costs. An increase in our debt service of $1.7 million for our capital projects, including new this year, an additional $1.2 million for our school projects. The voters overwhelmingly approved the school bond issue in 2020. As mayor, I have the obligation to meet all debt payments, especially for those schools modernizations. $1.3 million in lost state and under the longstanding distressed community formula. Contrary to the public comments I have heard, these are not irresponsible spending items, but actual obligations of our city beyond my direct control. Like the public sector, we see comparable challenges in the private and business sectors. I am somewhat amazed that Councilman Ferry is unwilling to pay an additional $114 to help support city services, or that Councilwoman Marino argues that an additional payment of $231 is unacceptable. My own taxes have gone up $170.
Point of order.
I am willing to do my part. Such nominal increases will help
Mayor.
us fill the budget
Mayor,
gap that we faced.
Mayor, we have a point of order. Please stop. And I'm going to ask you to not call out council members by names during your speech. Thank you.
I included my name in that as well, Mr. President.
As a point of order, Council
Yes.
President. I respect you, Council President. You have given the mayor an opportunity to stand here before us this evening, even though protocol does not technically allow it. And as a point of order, I take great offense to the mayor standing before this council and calling out two members of this distinguished body in such a negative way. And that should be reflected on the record, and that should reflect the mayor's decorum this evening.
Thank you, council member. Mayor, you may finish your speech.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some nominal increases will help us fill the budget gap that we faced. The remaining difference in revenue and need to balance the budget was filled by using available American Rescue Plan funds. Use of ARPA funds under these circumstances is exactly what they were intended for. I chose this route rather than asking the individual homeowner to pay more. Again, the use of those funds is permitted and is appropriate. While I understand some more progressive members in the community would prefer that we spend the money on social programs, I believe the direct taxpayer assistance to support payment for things like infrastructure should be a priority. Will there be budget challenges next year and going forward? Absolutely. Yes, there will be. But I will provide the financial management to keep our city finances healthy and in a responsible and effective posture. I understand that this is an election year. While I am not running this year, I understand that I will be an easy target for those who look to make political fodder out of difficult decisions. As I said on April 1st, this budget reflects my commitment to keep Cranston moving forward. We will meet the challenges that have been put before us. Cranston was just recently recognized as the 24th best city out of 286 in this entire United States of America. My commitment is to keep us a top-rated community with strong financial management and great city services. This proposed budget meets those objectives. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Mayor, thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna move on to amendments. I'm gonna ask this evening to try to amend it. We're gonna try to amend an account once. If somebody brings up an amendment and you might have a counter amendment, you can amend an amendment so we can try to keep things rolling this evening. So that's one thing I want to point out there. And if you have a question, certainly ask it. But you know, your vote does speak for itself. I assume there's going to be a lot of work this evening. Councilmember Renzulli, give your hand up, and I'll call for amendments now.
Thank you. Just want to thank all my colleagues. It's been a strenuous, maybe six weeks working together on this, going line by line. I'm glad that the administration did elect to go back through some things after we brought some ideas forward, and I have several amendments tonight. The cuts that I make tonight, I just want to say in advance, I would like to return back to the ARPA pool of money to reduce the structural deficit. My first motion.
Hold on a minute.
Yep.
Auditor DeMayo, do you have a point of order?
Yes, just a clarification. So any amendments that'll be made that'll go back to the levy, the calculation will be done at the end of the night because it'll be a moving target. Any amendment that will be going back to the opera funds, it's not necessarily a decrease and an increase. It'll actually be a decrease to an item and a decrease to the money that is being funded for the structural deficit. Just clarification.
Thank you, Mr. DeMayo. So yes, if you like to, if you make it a cut or an amendment and it's toward the structural deficit, decrease opera.
Mhm.
If it's going to go to the levy, it would go to the tax levy at the end.
Council
Councilmember
President,
Renzulli,
is it
sorry for
okay to
interrupting.
continue to call it, to reallocate it to the ARPA, or is there a different word you want me to use, Auditor DeMayo?
That's fine.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
fine.
Okay, my first motion is to amend in group 1101 executive, line 52000, office supplies and expenses. I know these were over this year and they were cut down in the proposal, but I believe they can be cut further. So I'd like to cut $500, reducing those to $10,500.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the cut on the office supplies? I see none. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, amendment passes. Councilmember?
Thank you. Council President, may I add the cuts together from this one group and send them at one time? Or should I make a motion right now to reallocate that $500? Just not sure what's proper and we'll go faster.
What are the cuts, Councilwoman?
I have another cut in this group. It's for the public observances and holidays. I don't know if you want me to add the two together and send them over in one motion, or if you prefer to do them separately line by line.
I think you can make the motion together, just list them out clearly line by line on what they're going to be. We can do one vote on that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it. Next, in the same group, line 52114, public observances and holidays, proposed at $9,000. I've reduced it by $2,500. The revised is $6,500. It's been very important to have our holidays and event celebrations after COVID, but I think if we're a little bit creative with how we do things, we can certainly still celebrate and spend a little bit less money. So that is my motion to amend.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on that. Any other discussion on this? I see none. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes,
Thank you. So the two cuts that I just made from group 1101, total $3,000. Those are coming from lines 52000 and 52114. I make a motion to reallocate those back to the ARPA.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes,
Thank you. Moving on to group 1102, City Council. I first would like to amend line 52213, stenographic. I'd like to cut that by $4,000, reducing it to $14,000. That is my motion. We currently have all our meetings recorded, and I think we can request individual transcripts when needed, and we're also trending down.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second on the reduction in stenographic. Any discussion? Councilmember Donegan. It was a reduction of $4,000. Is that correct, council member?
Yes, so the revised is $14,000.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Donegan. What is, can you correct it for me? Okay. We can fix that. Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes,
Thank you. Next, from the same group, I'd like to motion to amend line 52214, orders of the council proposed at $17,000. I'd like to cut $14,900, leaving us with $2,100.
Second.
you have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, what was the reduction amount again?
$14,900.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Okay, those are my only two under City Council, Group 1102. The total reduction was $18,900. And I'd like to reallocate those funds. My motion is to reallocate those funds back to the ARPA.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, under Group 1104, Department of Personnel, I have one amendment to line 51200, part-time help. I'd like to cut that line by $15,000. I'm leaving the revised number at $31,332.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Well, how much was that cut for, Councilman?
$15,000.
15,000. All right, any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Thank you. Now I'd like to motion to reallocate that $15,000 cut from line 51200 back to the ARPA.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Thank you. Moving to Group 1108, Board of Canvassers. I would like to make a motion to amend line 51101 overtime, proposed at $15,000. I'd like to cut that by $3,000 for a revised number of $12,000.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Donegan.
Sorry, but given that it's an election year and just wondering how this might impact election functions within the city.
Councilmember Rinzuli.
So I don't want to speak for anyone, but while not ideal, Director Lemar has expressed that he is willing to do more with less, and he has proven to be highly skilled at planning ahead and is very efficient. So while it's not ideal, I think that everyone is trying to do their part, and someone can ask him if they want to, but that's what I have to share.
Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you. While I wholly agree that given the circumstances, we all have to be confronted with the difficult decision to do more with less, I feel that perhaps this department in particular should not be asked to do that, just given that the nature of it being an election year, it being a year where we have redistricting, new polling places, new wards. I just, when we're talking about moving minor, I don't think that we should take away from the campus department given this year. But I do agree with the sentiment of my colleague, but I'll be voting against this particular amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Donegan. Any other discussion? Councilmember Vargas.
yes. Thank you, Council President. Can I have Mr. Igo or Auditor just remind me as to what was the expenditures? It's the third quarter. Do you have that handy right now on that line item, please? On overtime?
Currently through March, they have no overtime.
They haven't exceeded the,
They
overtime,
budgeted
okay.
last year 2,500, and through March, there's currently no overtime recorded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion? Councilmember Renzulli?
Thank you, Council President. I did want to just also note that last budget, we did fund a new full-time position within this office that I hope will help, with this reduction in overtime. We had, there was a bilingual election specialist, I believe was the title. So I hope that, they can, fill the gap that we're seeing right here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll, gonna call for a roll in a second. Councilmember Donegan, do you have one more thing to add?
Yeah, sorry. I recognize Councilwoman Renzulli does make a good point that the department does have another full-time staff member. And hopefully that will reduce it. The fiscal year 21 actual, which would be reflective of 2020 when the last election took place, the actual for overtime was 19,000. So even if it is 75% of that, it's closer to the 15,000, which is what it's currently proposed at.
Thank you. Councilmember Renzulli?
Would it be proper to ask Director Lima to make an explanation? Is he part of the administration or through the administration?
At this point, no, we're in deliberation.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Also, I think that the point that Councilman Donegan just made was a good one, but I believe that the full-time employee was that person that was working the overtime at that time. If I recall correctly, I may be incorrect. So now they're just a full-time employee and they don't need the overtime hours. Like, because they were part-time, I think working 30 hours a week, and now they're a full-time employee.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll just speak last on this item. I'm going to call for a roll. I will be voting for this. I think with the full-time employee, it does meet the needs of the department. I think every department that Councilmember Renzulli is going to bring up tonight is going back, sharpen their pencil, and is bringing savings that we can hopefully take off the structural deficit. So I will be voting for this. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes,
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Madam
Motion
Clerk,
failed 4-5.
motion fails. Councilmember Renzulli.
thank you. In the same group, 52610, elections proposed at $223,000. The director has offered a cut of $14,000, revising this to $209,000. The explanation is the same, and if it is not satisfactory, I appreciate the director offering to help with the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a second? A motion, a second? Any discussion?
Just repeat the dollar amount being cut in the line item as well, please.
The line item is 52610, elections, cut by $14,000. The revised total should be $209,000.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes, was this a discussion that happened during the budget hearing?
Which,
Oh, the director agreeing to cut $14,000. Was this something that
No.
happened during the budget hearings?
This was, some of the directors went back to their budget and is offering cuts to help us with our structural deficit. So this is,
So who and when took place in these meetings?
the administration had these meetings.
yeah, the administration had the meetings.
Administration, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you. If it seems like, based on the way this is going, if every department head went through and suggested that there were places that they could cut, could that document or anything to the sort be shared with the entire council? That way we could be privy to kind of the totality of what we're talking about this evening and not just doing this piecemeal. Also having the opportunity to have reviewed such substantive changes prior to, voting on the city's $330 million budget would have been incredibly helpful. But apparently that's not something that's extended to every member of the council.
Councilmember Renzulli.
Councilman Donovan, what you see next to me is something, as a spreadsheet I created similar to yours, except not yours, which has a mix of things that I brought to the administration, things that I discussed with my colleagues in caucus, and then ideas that spun off of that when the administration was going back through at kind of the request of all of us to have everyone look for more cuts. So this is not information that's privy to me. I just kept showing up at City Hall, asking them to ask for more cuts. So I think that you were afforded the same exact opportunity. And I don't want you to feel left out, but I can share my document with you if you share yours.
Councilmember Donegan, what I'm going to do, just to make this easy, obviously the departments went back because they've heard our pain through our budget process where we said to everybody, where can you find 5%? Where can you find 10%? We need to get savings. We got to close the deficit, right? We said that to every department. So they went back, they sharpened their pencil, and these are what these proposals are. I'll call for a 15-minute recess to let everybody look at what the cuts are. We'll hand them out to all of you. Then we'll go back to this because this is important. I think it's great that department heads have brought cuts to us. It certainly helps the city overall. So we'll do that and then we'll come right back to recess.
Greatly appreciated, Council
You're welcome.
President.
They want to go make some copies, so I'll call for a 15-minute recess. Now we'll come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone, from our 15-minute recess. I'm going to go back to where we were. Councilmember Renzulli still has the floor. And we left off with, we just finished the Board of Canvassers, I believe, and are moving on. So Councilmember Renzulli, I'm gonna go to you. Member Jermaine?
Thank you, Council President. I have a question.
Sure.
I'm still learning, because in the agenda, it says adoption of budget,
Yes.
and it didn't say amendment. So I don't know if, the solicitor can help me on that. Is that okay? We do amendment today, or it's not okay because I don't know. So if it's, because what I just received here, it's something that should be done the day of the amendment. And I see a lot of courts, they pass or not, so I don't know how, it's like we turn this into the whole amendment today,
Sure. So
if it's
tonight,
okay or not, because I want to know if we are in the side of law.
so tonight, so I'm gonna give my answer now, I'll pass it on to legal. Tonight's adoption night. On adoption night, the full council is allowed to make amendments. When we do amendment night, just the finance committee is allowed to make amendments, but on adoption night, we can also make amendments before we adopt, and I will defer to legal counsel if he has anything to add, or if nothing to add? He has nothing to add. Thank you. Councilmember
Thank you.
Renzulli, I will go back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just find my place. We're correct that we just finished canvassing, right?
I believe we did not finish the elections line item.
Okay, we're on the elections line item. I believe, Madam Clerk, was there a motion and a second on the floor?
There was a motion and a second to reduce it by 14,000.
Okay, so elections, proposed cut of 14,000, which brings it to 209,000. That's account number 52610. And there is a motion and a second on the floor, so we are under discussion. Any discussion on this item? Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. For similar reasons as the previous line item within this department, I'll be voting against this amendment.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. 5-4, motion fails.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Group 1109, Department of Planning. And line 52004, Departmental Expenses. Have a trim, I'll call it, instead of a cut of $500. Proposed 3,000, cut 500, revised to $2,500.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion passes. 7-2.
Thank you. In that same group, line 52710, Public Hearings. I'd like to also cut $500.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion fails 5-4.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, did the first one pass?
The first one passed, the
Okay.
second,
So I will make a motion to allocate the $500 cut from 52004 departmental expenses and reallocating that back to ARPA.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
yes,
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. Moving to Group 1110, Division of Economic Development. I'd like to go to marketing line 52752. I'd like to cut that $1,000, revising it to $3,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
no,
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion fails 5-4.
And in that same group, line 52753, program activities, proposed at $2,000, cutting that $500, revising it to $1,500. Director Corlino has indicated that he can, be creative with his program activities, and this is a minimal cut. There will be no impairing of the operations of the department.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Donegan, did you have a question?
No, that's,
Okay, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
no,
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion fails 5-4.
Thank you. Going to Group 1111, Department of Inspections. We are looking at line 5100, the salary schedule. This is an elimination of the proposed housing inspector. And the reduction also reflects an anticipated delay in an IOD return to work. So it's cutting $86,960. And that line should be revised to $756,987.
second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. So just for clarification, is this cutting I know that in the budget, there was a proposed new housing inspector, that $87,000 reduction, is that for one position? Again, I'm sorry.
That is for one position. It's not the payroll or the pension, anything like that. So one position as well. It should reflect an IOD that is out that they believe will be delayed coming back.
How much would if we separated those two out, what would the difference be? Like how much of that is for the new inspections position? How much of that is for the IOD?
I would call an auditor to Mayo.
Yeah, to either order Tomato or Mr. Igo can answer that question. Just give them a minute to.
Of course, thank you.
No, while we wait, I think I saw former council
Councilman-
member Steve Stikos walk in. Just want to acknowledge you, sir. Hello?
Councilman
Just going to
Dunnigan,
embarrass him.
the vacant position, the payroll number is 50,198. The remaining is 36,762.
You want to repeat that one more time, Mr. DeMayo?
The vacant position is 50,198. The remaining balance is 36,762.
Thank you. Councilmember Donegan, does that conclude the answer to your question?
It does. I'm wondering if my colleague, Councilwoman Renzulli, would be interested in keeping the new inspections position in there. Having heard from many residents over the past 3 years, I feel that this is one of the departments, and I'd agree with Mayor Hopkins in his initial budget proposal, that this is one of the areas of significant need within the city, given the aging state of housing and the issues that are brought to our attention. I think that a new housing position is actually one that is well needed. So I would amend, I would make a motion to amend to make the proposed change negative. If I could get the figure again.
So you'd like to change it to 50? Well, I'll let Order DeMayo answer it.
So you want to keep the vacant position full, which was the 50,198. So the amendment would be to reduce the 86,960 to 36,762.
So that's in the, so you are making a motion to amend Councilmember Renzulli's motion. Do we have a second on the amendment?
Second.
Okay, discussion on the amendment only. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. 7-2, the amended motion passes.
To the Auditor DeMayo, I just have a question concerning the associated payroll taxes, pension contribution, everything that associates with that. What I would change on here now going forward.
Correct, but if I'm correct to council, we have a motion on the floor just to adjust the amendment. So it hasn't been approved yet. Once it's approved, then we'll recalculate the taxes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, for the record, we amended it and it passed. So now we go on to the next motion.
The payroll taxes will be reduced from 66,706 to 2812. And if there'd be no additional, they didn't adjust for the payroll taxes.
Okay, I am done in this group. Moving on to the finance,
Where is the 36,700?
I'd like to reallocate that $36,000 from 51100 back to ARPA.
Councilwoman,
Yep.
do you mean to say that you want to reallocate the 36,762?
Yes,
Just
please.
36? Your motion. If it's your intention to reallocate the balance of that 86,960 proposed cut, then your motion has to reallocate the balance. Otherwise, you have to find a home for the remaining $762.
Nope. I'd like to amend my motion. I just need to reallocate the 36,762, correct? Okay, yes, that's what I would like to reallocate to the ARPA.
Just need that in the form of a motion to opera.
Yes,
Do we have a second? Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council President Ferry,
yes,
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving to Group 1112, the Finance Department. I'd like to amend the salary schedule, line 51100. I'd like to cut that $35,000, which would leave the revised number as $172,380. This decrease reflects the anticipated delay of hiring a new finance director and actually making it through advice and consent of our council. The estimated delay would be 3 months.
We have a motion.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you. Does this, so I assume that this reflects the waiver on the hospitalization as well as the salary as well, correct? This is all reflect.
Yes, was in a separate.
Oh, never
line.
mind. I'm sorry. I apologize. We're on the finance. I apologize. I was thinking of the public works newly voted on for the buyback.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. If this is this indicating that it's not expected to have a new finance director until September or 3 months from today? Because if it's 3 months from today or when the initial nominee was not approved, that number would be the 35,000 or would be significantly lower. If it's 3 months vacant from today, it would actually only be 1 month into the next fiscal year rather than 3 months.
It's a great question. I'll defer to the administration for an answer on that.
Yeah, this would be July to October 1st because it's the next fiscal year. And right now, there's no one interested in the position. So we don't expect to fill it until at least that time.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open. Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you. I'm sorry. So if we don't foresee a finance director, did I understand that correctly, between July and October of next year, is there a salary raise in terms of an interim director at all? I know Mr. Igo has been stepping in, but I didn't know if this impact any of that salary at all.
Councilmember, I don't know if that line of questioning is pertinent to this amendment.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
yes,
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. 9-0 in the affirmative passes.
Thank you. The other cuts that I have are in association with the salary schedule change. So the first one is from line 51300 payroll taxes. Those would be reduced by $2,677 for a revised number of $13,188.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is second under discussion. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
yes,
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. That's 9-0.
And also in association with the prior reductions from line 51301 pension contribution. And that would be a reduction of $4,308, revising it to $19,551.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 9-0.
And in line 51302, hospitalization, that would be cut $5,600, leaving the revised number as $40,691.
Do you have a second? Under discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano, Councilman
Yes.
Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 9-0.
And finally, in this group, from line 52900, bank charges, I propose cutting those $1,500, leaving the revised number at $1,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano, Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 9-0.
And now I'd like to make a motion to reallocate the reductions just made in group 1112. They total $49,085. I'd like to allocate them back to the ARPA.
Second.
A motion and a second to send this back to opera. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano, Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 9-0.
Moving to group 1116, Division of Information Technology. From line 52002, supplies. I'd like to level fund those, instead of going with the proposed number, would be a reduction of $4,000. The revised total would be $34,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
If I may,
Councilmember Marino.
if through Council President, if Mr. DeMayo or Mr. Igo could tell us just how that's tracking currently.
Just bear with us one second while they look that up. And I'll take this opportunity to recognize former mayor and school committee person, Mike Trafficani. Welcome.
Through the end of March, they were right on target to come in on budget.
And was that still 38,000 or what was the budget for this fiscal year?
34,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marino and Mr. Igo. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas. No. Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion fails 5-4.
In the same group, line 52933, technology upgrades, I'd like to cut $50,000, leaving the revised number at $200,000. The technology upgrades will be replaced by a recently obtained state grant.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Any discussion? Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. With respect to this $50,000 savings in this budget, when this department appeared before us through the Finance Committee meetings, there was no mention of this significant decrease. I'm just wondering if you could enlighten the council as to the outside of public chambers conversation that took place with respect to that savings.
That would have to be, the administration would have to say that. I didn't have an outside conversation.
Director Moretti.
Yes, I remember being here with Mr. Lima. He made mention of this during his testimony and canvases while discussing it to say this grant was on the way. So at that point, it was discussed to this body, or the committee, I should say.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councilmember Marino, Councilmember Donegan.
And I know that the grant writer is the city council grant writer, not the administration's grant writer. So I'm looking at the most recent Cranston grant secured that we received at the end of April. I don't see it on there. When can we expect confirmation of said grant?
Mr. Igo or Director Moretti?
The money was received just today and expected to be expended before the end of this fiscal year.
Thank you.
If I
The
may,
Secretary of State was here, correct? If that was the same grant.
Thank you. Councilmember Marino.
And just to be clear, are those matching funds? Do we have to expend 50,000 to see the return on the 50,000, or is it just a straight out grant?
It's an outright grant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Vice President Ferry.
It's a point of order. I'd like to remind all council members, if you don't press your button when you vote, it does not get recorded on Zoom or on YouTube.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Remember to hit your mic button when you speak. Any other discussion? Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you. So the $250,000, that's being a proposed cut for 50,000. Is that all as noted that was presented to us, which is the GIS upgrades and title enhancement and Transvan upgrade? Is that all part of, I guess, cybersecurity? Or any type of breachment happening out of that? Only because we're subtracting $50,000.
I don't recall the composition of Elaine's budget. I would have to check the notes going. I could check with her, come back to you with that, or we could have to refer to her testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 5-4.
Thank you. And I'd like to make a motion to reallocate the $50,000 just taken from line 52933 back to the ARPA.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes,
Thank you. Moving to Group 1117, Division of Treasury and Collections. I have one amendment. I motion to amend line 52941 postage. It's proposed at $125,000. I'd like to reduce that by $5,000 with the final being $120,000.
we have a $5,000 cut for postage. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 5-4.
Thank you. Moving to group 1200, the fire department.
Point of information.
Oh, wait, did I not? Mhm.
You have to allocate that.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to reallocate the $5,000 from line 52941 back to the ARPA.
We have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas. I'm sorry. Councilwoman Marino. Yes. Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes. Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 9-0.
Moving to group 1200, the fire department. I'd like to make a motion to amend line 51100 salary schedule by $31,380, leaving a revised number of $15,704,971,000. This is corresponding with an anticipated delay of return from a civilian position out on IOD.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Under discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 9-0.
Thank you. The remainder of my reductions are cuts that the chief said were not ideal, but he feels that if, he wants to tighten his belt, they'll be able to obtain. So from line 51108, this is from severance. This is a $30,000 cut. It's revised to $770,000. And the administration is welcome to further explain if they need to.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have a motion to reduce severance by $30,000. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. Through you to the administration, could we just get an explanation for the rationale behind this?
Yeah, perhaps I can encompass all of the chief's thoughts. This would be taking him back to a point of being uncomfortable managing the department. If everything is successful in terms of not having unexpected expenditures, he could live with this budget. There's a good number of anticipated retirements coming up and the quote unquote bust outs. It's just a matter of who he projects it's going to retire, but it's stressing out this line item and then the other line items. But as I said, he feels if he could manage it, if it goes exactly according to plan. And that's pretty much the feeling amongst all the department heads. They're not comfortable with the rule was they felt slightly too uncomfortable. But if everything goes well, it could be achieved.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councilmember Donegan. Any other discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Fails 4-5.
Next in line 52000, office supplies and expenses. I have a small trim of $1,000, proposed at $10,000, reduced $1,000, revised is $9,000.
Second.
Any discussion on office supplies? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan? Councilman Donegan? Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Riley?
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry?
No.
Council President Paplaskas?
Yes, fails 4-5.
And next on line 52004, departmental expenses, proposed at $25,000. I would like to reduce that by $1,000 with a revised number of $24,000.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? See none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
Yes.
Councilman Donegan? Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Riley?
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry?
No.
Council President Paplaskas?
Yes, passes 8-1.
Next on line 52006, equipment repairs. The chief has indicated that he could live with a cut of $20,000 with a revised number of $280,000.
I'll entertain a motion. A second. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Under discussion. Councilmember Marino?
If I may, if Mr. Igo, can you just let us know what that's running to date, please? Thank you.
Currently, they're running a little under budget on that account,
You know approximately how much?
like $10,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Igo. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion on this line item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino?
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas?
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
No.
Councilman Donegan? Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Riley? Council Vice President Ferry? Council President Paplaskas?
Yes,
Motion failed.
fail 4-4.
Next in line 53012, I propose a cut of $2,000, reducing it from $46,000 to $44,000.
We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Same
Council-
question, same question. Just how is that running?
Mr. Igo, how are we running on the actual for this amendment?
Currently, they're running under budget on this account.
Roughly about how much?
There's 15,000 approximately left in the account.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Igo. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion on this line item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
No.
Councilman Donegan? Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Riley? Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 6-2.
Thank you. Next in line 53013. Hazardous materials, it's proposed at $50,000. I'd like to reduce that by $10,000 for a revision of $40,000.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Same question.
Mr. Igo, the actual, please.
There's currently $10,000 left in that account.
And this fiscal year was $50,000 budgeted, so they were not looking for an increase, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Mr. Igo. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley, Council Vice President Ferry.
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion fails. 5-3.
Line 53014, Homeland Security expenses, proposed at $15,000. I'd like to reduce that by $7,000, leaving us with $8,000.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Under discussion?
How's it going?
Mr. Actual? Please.
To date, they haven't spent anything out of that account.
Thank you, Mr. Igo. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other follow-up questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley, Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 8-0.
Next line 53017, medical supplies. It's proposed at $170,000. I'd like to cut it by $5,000.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk? Oh. Actual?
Yes, please. Sorry, I was too busy
Mr.
reading.
To date, they have approximately 38,000 left in the account.
Thank you, Mr. Igo. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 7-2.
Okay, next, I have line 53018. Other equipment. It's proposed at $40,000. I'd like to reduce that by $5,000.
We have a second. We have a second. Councilman Campiano. Any discussion?
Same question. Thanks.
Mr. Igo?
There's currently $8,500 left in the account.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion passes 6-3.
Next on line 53019, protective equipment, clothing. I'd like to reduce that by $5,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
And same question, please.
Mr. Igo with the.
Currently, there's approximately $18,000 left in the account.
Thank you. Any other follow-up questions? Seeing none? Oh,
Oh, and just to confirm, it's budgeted for the same as this fiscal year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
thank you both. Any other questions? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion fails 4-5.
And in line 53021, tires and tubes, proposed at $60,000. I'd like to reduce that by $2,000 for a total of $58,000.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Igo, what is the actual?
Currently, there's approximately 15,000 left in the account.
Thank you. Any other follow-up questions?
And they're currently budgeted for 45,000 with 15,000 left in the account?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and they're looking, proposed budget was to increase it to 60, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Donegan.
I apologize. The actual again to date was what number?
The actual spent to date is approximately $30,000, leaving a balance of 15 within the account.
To the sponsor of the motion, if this motion would revise that line item to $58,000, which is approximately, which is $28,000 more than what it's running this year. Is there any reason why it's only being reduced by 2,000 and not closer to the actual or to the level funding?
This was based on discussion that the chief had with the administration. I was not in the part of the conversation.
To Director Moretti, do you think there's, I think Councilmember Donegan's asking, is there a little more room in this line item?
Yeah,
Essentially.
likely not. The chief indicated the costs of the materials of the tires have gone up significantly as, you know, as many things have, many commodities have, and that's why it's pretty tight for next year.
Thank you, Director. Any other follow-up questions? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yep.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Passes 8-1.
Thank you. That is all I have in this group 1200. I'd just like to confirm with the council's auditor if that totals to $54,380.
I have 53,380.
Mr. Igo? Stand by, he's tallying it up.
I have 53,380.
Thank you, Mr. Igo. My motion will be to reallocate $53,380 from Group 1200 back to ARPA.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilman Riley, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. Moving to group 1201, line 53111, computer maintenance and repairs proposed at $120,000. I'd like to reduce that by $10,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yep. If we could have from the sponsor for the motion to amend what the basis was for this.
This came straight from the administration, speaking to the department heads. So they would have to answer that question. I believe it's just under the same notion of where people could tighten their belts. I know this is it was proposed higher than it was last year.
And so this was not discussed at the finance meeting with the department head. So if the administration can inform us as to this new reduction in savings.
Director Murray, just looking for some clarity on the computer maintenance and repairs amendment cut.
Yes, what it is, it's difficult to predict what repairs may be required. So that expense is for that reason, it is difficult to project. The chief had put an incremental amount, I believe, of $10,000 or $20,000 in the budget, basically cost of materials, which everything is up. But that number is difficult to predict as we mentioned, because not knowing what repairs we may have next year, more based on historical, and then trying to consider increases in costs.
How often is it updated? Do you know?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. How
Councilmember?
often is the system updated?
I'm sorry, I don't have the answer for that.
I have a question of Councilmember Rizzoli.
Mr. Igo, what are the actuals right now on that?
Currently, there's approximately $24,000 left in the account.
And that was already budgeted at a lower number, I believe, as well.
Mr. Aguilar, what was that budgeted at last year?
Budgeted at 100,000.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
I'm sorry, one more question. The computer maintenance and repairs, does that have to deal with the 911 call service through the stations?
If you would like to defer, I believe the chief, it dawned on me now, I believe the chief is tuned in. I don't know if he can have the floor to answer that question. He'd give you the best answer if he's able to.
No, that opportunity has passed at the finance committee meeting, which is why it would have been very beneficial to have had it at that time. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion passed 5-4.
And in that same group, in line 53112, radio maintenance, it's been indicated that they could handle a cut of $10,000 from the proposed $50,000. Historically, other than last year, it did run closer to what I've revised for $40,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item?
If Mr. Igo could tell us where it's currently running.
Mr. Aguilar?
Currently, the total amount that we budgeted has been encumbered. There's nothing remaining.
And for the record, to be clear, the current budget was 50,000, and that is the proposed budget for this year as well. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Councilmember Donegan.
Sorry, and maybe it's just I haven't updated the kind of data that I'm looking at. Based on the April 12th report, radio maintenance was running at 55%, 55% used year to date. Has that changed in the past couple of weeks significantly?
Oh, sorry, Councilman. I was actually on the wrong count. I was looking at traffic signal repairs. So yes, you're correct. That is the right number. There's 21,000 left in the account.
And it was budgeted at 50, Mr. Igo, for last year. And there's 21,000 left over.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this?
Just my question to the administration. I'll assume you don't know if this is connected to the 911, but if you can answer that question. And the other question I had is the radio maintenance. Do you know if that department expense is incurred throughout the fiscal year, or is it just something that is incurred in the fourth quarter, which some expenses are?
The radio system maintenance repairs, it is for vehicles, portable and fixed station radios, so it could vary throughout the year. About the 911 question, I would have to hold off to give you an answer, as I don't have an affirmative answer for you.
I just want to add that it is throughout the year. It's not just one bill for the entire year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. Normally, in probably just about any other department, I would expeditiously vote to make this proposed cut, but given it's just really difficult, and I'm not trying to make any sort of political point, it's just really difficult to vote to potentially remove funds could affect the health, the safety of residents in the city. I take it on full good faith that those conversations have been had. It's just really difficult to not have had that conversation with the chief in front of us here in public and to be able to hear it from him. Believe you, all of you 100%, but I've got to be able to justify it in my mind, and I can't do that just based on hearsay. So I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you, Councilmember Donegan. Any discussion, any more discussion? There being none, I'll just say I'll be voting for this just due to the fact of where it's trending this year and the actual. So, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion fails 4-5.
Okay, so I will make a motion to reallocate the $10,000 from the line 53111 back to the ARPA.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? There being none. Yeah, this is back to opera. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine. Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Passed 8-1.
Moving to Group 1202, Police Department. I would like to amend line 51100, salary schedule. I would like to reduce it by $151,461. This is due to some retirements, which should be taking place this summer, who the chief has indicated would not be replaced right away.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Under discussion, Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes, ask the administration how it's possible that they didn't know there was going to be $151,000 decrease in payroll for the police department when we had the budget hearings.
I think it's probably appropriate if I give a perspective as to what the colonel and actually the IBPO have thought about. There was word out on the street that perhaps that the council may be eliminating or reducing the number of police cars. They felt collectively that it was critical to make sure that that was not part of the budget reductions. Instead, they thought they wanted to be proactive in offering a delay delay of one, I'll put it in perspective. What the proposal is to hold off in July of hiring 2 individuals, 2 positions, and then there's a 3rd person that's expected to retire sometime during the fiscal year, and not to replace that position. So instead of by contract or memorandum of understanding, we're currently operating at a level of 5 below staffing level, full staffing. So this would bring them an additional 2+ people below that level. The intention of this was, and I use the word offering, they would have preferred, if cuts were necessary, to take it from that line, because the IBPO and the brass believes that they could manage the department those headcounts down. They strongly felt that their vehicles were basically their office, and they preferred to have the reductions in staffing, which they felt they could manage, versus reductions in vehicles. So to give perspective, I believe that, I hope that helps to answer the question.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Thank you, Director. Council Member Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. Director, how will that affect overtime expenditures?
That was the first question I had, and they're saying they would control it, and it would not. That's coming from the colonel.
Just a point of information, I think the whole minimum manning aspect, the police department don't have that. So I think that gives them a little bit of flexibility. Again, not party to any conversations, just from being here 8 years and hearing that over the years. Just wanted to add that. Council Member Marino.
Thank you. Perhaps my council members overlooked this point, but I hope that they did not. You started your explanation by stating that there was a rumor that the council was looking to reduce the number of police cars. I find that greatly offensive, that rumors are what is to operate our city. I can state publicly that I don't know where that rumor came from, that myself, and I believe every member of this council, strongly supports the police department, and that budget discussions outside of scheduled finance meetings in that regard is troublesome for a variety of reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I assure you that the administration was not spreading rumor. This came from the police department to the administration that they were concerned. And I believe I've been told they've also expressed that concern to various council members, members. So this is not anything that the administration have drummed up. It was a deep concern that they heard this, that the police cars would be on the table, and we'd have to ask the chief as to the sources.
Yeah, and just to put a little historical context into that, you know, cars have been cut in the past. They used to get less cars in the past, and you know, to get their accreditation and get up to where they are now, you have to have a fleet with less mileage to get to that point. And I think that's the concern, is they don't want to get the cars cut and go backwards from where it used to be. So I think that's the crux of all this and where we're at. Solicitor Malay, welcome. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. As the Democratic Caucus Majority Leader, I'd just like to confirm for the public record that that rumor did not emanate from the Democratic Caucus. I would also like to ask the administration if any other budgetary items are based on rumors within the budget.
Any other rumors, Mr. Moretti?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Any other questions pertaining to this so we can move on with the evening? Council Vice President Ferry.
Yeah, I just had to put it on record that I am offended for the second time tonight. I agree with Councilwoman Marino.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan. I'm sorry. Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 5-4.
And all my other, well, the next, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 amendments all pertain to the one we just made. So 511. Can I ask the auditor if these are all cuts that relate to the salary schedule cut, if they may be added together and voted on as a block?
As far as being all related to the salary schedule, I believe they are. I'll confirm with the administration, but as being voted on as a block, I would deter to a solicitor just to confirm that.
So let's answer the first question. With Mr. Igo, the next 6, are they all pertaining to the salary schedule that just passed?
Yes, they are.
Okay, my next question is, can we do them as a block? Legal counsel says yes, so I'll entertain a motion to do, and I'll list these out. The legal holiday pay, longevity, payroll taxes, pension contribution, group life insurance, and uniform cleaning allowance that are all associated with the prior amendment salary schedule. I'll entertain a motion to do those as a block, hear those as a block.
So moved.
Second.
Motion in a second. Any discussion? Being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 5-4. Councilmember Renzulli, can you list these and the amounts, and we'll vote on them as a block? Councilmember Jermaine, do you have a question?
thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
My question is, while we cut this vacancy, do we know where we will find the money when we have to hire those people? Where we're gonna find the money for that?
I think that question goes back to the last amendment. So we're on to the holiday pay, longevity, payroll taxes. So I kind of out of order, the question.
That's just bugging me.
Thank you. Councilmember Renzulli.
Okay, so we are now discussing the following lines. Line 51105, legal holiday pay. That's a reduction of $15,020. The revised number will be $1,191,420.
You can just list the cuts. Counselor.
And line 51106, the cut is $20,185. Line 51300, the cut is $2,744. In line 51301, the cut is $35,710. In line 51304, the cut is $480. And finally, in line 51406, the cut is $2,600.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve this as a block, or approve the block. We already,
So moved.
Second,
okay, any discussion? Being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 5-4.
So I'd like to make a motion to reallocate the total funds from those cuts, which are $228,200 back to the ARPA from Group 1202.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 5-4. Oops, sorry, 7-2.
Okay, moving to Group 1302, Division of Highway Maintenance. I'd like to make a motion to amend line 51100, the salary schedule. The cut proposed is $46,588. This is a salary cut based on the anticipated delay of a return from IOD.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Marino.
When was the administration aware of this? Because this was not presented at the Finance Committee meeting.
We looked at it sometime last week. We heard the concerns of the council collectively. Particularly, Councilwoman Renzulli expressed concern that thought we should go back and look at some of these line items, and that's what we did. And so it would have been, I think it was last Wednesday or Thursday timeframe.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councilmember. Just to remind everybody, if you're going to speak, please use your microphone so everybody can hear you on Zoom and on YouTube. Any other questions or comments? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion passes 8-1.
Next in the same group, line 52006, equipment repairs. It's proposed at $10,000. I'd like to reduce that by $3,000.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
How is that running, please?
Mr. Igo, the actual on that amendment.
currently there's 16,000 of the 20,000 that was budgeted remaining in the account.
Thank you, Mr. Igo. Any follow-up questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino, Yes. Councilwoman Mazzulli?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
Yes.
Councilman Donegan? Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Riley?
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry?
No.
Council President Pat Parsons?
Yes, passes A1.
And my final one in this group. Line 54200, construction and reconstruction. This is proposed at $180,000. I'd like to cut that by $15,000 with a revised total of $165,000.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion on this amendment? Councilmember Marino? Oh,
I was going to ask her a question if she didn't ask. Mr. Igo,
Council Vice President?
can you give us an update? Please.
Currently, of the 180,000 that was budgeted, there's 74,500 left.
Thank you, Mr. Igo. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you. And that's the actual, correct, Mr. Igo? So do you foresee any additional, obviously, spending for this fourth quarter? And do you think we're going to be going over?
We probably won't go over, but there's definitely some increased spending now that the winter's over and the pothole, this money used to fill potholes. So they'll be going out to buy patch, both hot and cold, to fill potholes between now and the end of the year.
Okay, and so you said we still have about 18,000 left?
There's
74
74,000 left.
Okay, so we will be using that between now and the end of the fiscal year. Correct?
Yes, we'll be using some of it.
Okay, well, there's definitely a lot of potholes and a lot of road construction that we definitely need to look into. So just trying to get a sense if this is going to interfere at all by reducing the cost with any of future road repairs within our city. And even on the drain and all that as well. To the administration if possible.
We consulted with Mr. Corso, and he had perspective on it. And he had mentioned that it is the cost of materials for asphalt and processed gravel. And it depends on the volume of work that's required to be done. So we can't exactly predict what it's going to be. But as Mr. Igo indicated, certainly some amount would be used up now that it is a busy season in the springtime. But to predict where we're going to be is hard to tell. But he thought that number would be okay, but challenging.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Renzulli?
I just wanted to note that historically, it's in 2021, the actual was more like 114,000. 2020, it was 115. 2019, it was 147, for that 155. So this seems like a safe cut that we're not going to leave them without enough to do the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments? Councilmember Marino?
Thank you. To Councilwoman Vargas's point, at that specific line item is described in our budget, as we discussed at the Finance Committee, as road repairs, asphalt, gravel, stone, storm, drain repair, pipe repair, cold patch, cement contractor repair, and seasonally that is done during the summer months. The fiscal year currently and for the next fiscal year was budgeted the same. And given the fact that this discussion did not take place at the finance meeting with this department for that kind of reduction, given the level of complaints that we face from our constituents, I think this is something that affects them on a day-to-day basis that I will not be in favor of amending tonight without that deep dive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion? Councilmember Jermaine?
Thank you, Council President, for the same reason as all of us receive so many complaints about road that need to pave, pothole, and all of those, because it's important to make sure we have resources for those needs. And for that reason, I will not be in favor to amend this line item 54200.
Thank you, Councilmember Jermaine. Any other discussion? There being none, before I call the roll, I'll just say I'll be supporting this cut just because of the trends in the previous years and the trend that where actual is at now. So I will be supporting this. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion fails 4-5.
Okay, those are all the cuts I have in this group. So I would motion to reallocate the totals from the salary schedule and the equipment repairs, which are $49,588. And I'd like to move them back to the ARPA.
Second.
Your motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion passes 8-1.
In Group 1304, Division of Building Maintenance, line 52004, Departmental Expenses, proposed $80,000. I'd like to reduce those by $3,000.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 7-2.
Line 54401, Electrical Supplies, proposed at $55,000. I'd like to reduce those by $3,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Marino.
Where's that currently running?
Stand by. They are checking.
Of the 50,000 that was budgeted for that account, there's 18,566 remaining.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions?
No.
Being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 7-2.
Line 54405, Paint and Glass, proposed at $8,000. I'd like to reduce that by $3,000 for a total of $5,000.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Marino.
Are there any plans, since I know that the mayor did major renovations to his conference room and his office and that floor? Are there any other scheduled repairs for paint in this budget?
Yes. There'll be some areas of City Hall that's hoped to be fixed up a bit. City Clerks is pretty deficient in terms of the condition it's in. Tax collections is in tough shape. Those are two particular areas that we hope to do some work using inside labor.
Thank you, Director. Any follow-up questions?
How is this currently running?
Of the $8,000 budget, there's 838 left.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councilmember Jermaine.
thank you, Council President. For this line item, group item, building maintenance and I will not be voting in favor to amend this because keeping our building clean, beautiful, this is something really dear to me. And I have all, at the same time, I have to commend the mayor to make a little cleanup in this city hall. So I think keeping our building clean and beautiful, that's something very important. And we have some schools scrambling, so if we can keep them clean, paint. And I remember one year, my sons go to a school where there was no paint. And you can, they're so ugly. So keeping the expenses for the building maintenance is important. So I will not be voting in favor to amend this highlight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
No.
Council President Paplas.
Yes, passes 7-2.
I'd like to make a motion to reallocate the total of $9,000 that was cut from group 1304 and reallocate it to the ARPA.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
No.
Council President Paplas.
Yes, motion passes 7-2.
In group 1500, public libraries. I'll start with,
Matt. Might have skipped one.
yes, I'm actually not going to propose that.
Okay.
And my explanation, you'll see after. Group 1500, public libraries. I'll start with 51303, hospitalization buyback. So it's proposed at 750 and I'd like to cut it by 750. I believe it was indicated by the director that it's not necessary.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Vargas.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that I understand that the proposed cut is 750. Is there someone not taking the buyback? I'm just trying to get a sense as to the reason for the motion.
Director Moretti.
I remember Mr. Gosh indicating that there's no need for it.
So none of the staff is going to
Correct.
request a buyback
That's correct.
at all?
That's correct.
And if that was to change for whatever reason,
Then
during the
I'm not
fiscal
sure
year?
if they'd go to the hospitalization or not, but he indicated at this point, things could change, I'm sure, but there's no need for it at this time.
okay, so there's no need for the hospitalization buyback for the time being. I'll wait for another moment to go on to the other line items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion? Councilmember Renzulli.
To the administration, would it be possible that someone took, everyone has full health insurance, so they don't intend on getting a buyback? If they've taken health insurance?
Mr. Igo could speak to that one.
Based on discussions with the director of the library, he informed us that with his new contract, that he is no longer eligible as none of the library employees hired after, I believe, 2013 are eligible for hospitalization buyback.
Thank you, Mr. Igo.
Okay, any other questions on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, passes 8-1.
Line 56006, library supplies, proposed at $50,000. I'd like to cut that by $3,500.
Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second under discussion. Councilmember Donegan.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Council President. I'll just speak on the next three that we're going to have in front of us. I'll be voting against these. I personally don't feel that, well, I feel that despite the difficult challenges that we face as a city, that the libraries provide such an important resource and outlet for so many people within the city, especially lower income people. And I feel that that's really important for the libraries to have at their full disposal what they need, especially considering just last, I think it was just last week or 2 weeks ago, this body passed a resolution requesting that the state fully fund them. So I'm not sure I would feel in good conscience knowing that we're not giving them what they need and yet requesting the state to give them what they need as well. So I would vote against these cuts.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion? Councilmember Renzulli.
Through the administration, could you just share what the director indicated about these cuts? Was it because of the ARPA money that they received separately?
I think it would be fair to represent that the library director felt similar to the other directors under I'll say the acid test, that he feels a bit uncomfortable having to make these cuts. But that's pretty indicative of what it would be for all the other city department heads. I think he felt similarly that it's attainable. But I think that speaks on behalf of all departments, and it's the way Director Gasha feels. That certainly puts him somewhat uncomfortable. But manageable.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other follow-up questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Fails 4-5.
And line 56007, online resources, proposed at $50,000. I'd like to reduce that by $3,500.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Clarification, the handout that we would just provide this evening, I believe says $3,500, not $8,500. Is that a correction?
Nope, I thought I said $3,500, so I either misspoke or you misheard me.
So just to clarify, Councilmember Renzulli, your motion is to reduce 56007 by 3,500.
Yes, revising it to $46,500.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion fails 4-5.
Line 56008, operation of libraries. I'd like to reduce that by $8,000, giving us a revised number of $190,000.
Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion fails 4-5.
Group 1601, Senior Services Programs, line 57700,
Point
instructors.
of information.
Oh, we got to reallocate.
Sorry. Just the 750, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to reallocate the $750 cut from line 51303 back to the ARPA.
Do we have a second? We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Peplos.
Yes, passes 8-1.
Group 1601, Senior Services Programs, line 57700, instructors. Proposed to make a small cut here at $2,810, leaving the revised total as $27,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Vargas.
Oh, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong item right now. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion?
How is that currently running?
Mr. Igo, the actual on 57700, please.
Currently, they're over budget by $875.
Thank you, Councilmember and Mr. Igo. Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you. With this proposed cut, I know that it's, I think a motion to reduce it by $2,808. Would that interfere with the cuts of any type of programming that instructors are currently giving at the senior center? To Councilwoman Manzoli, as the person who put the motion through.
That'd be a question for the administration, as far as I understood it. The director's willingness to make these cuts, I think it was going to combine activities and resources, and there would be no reduction in quality of services provided.
Thank you. I got to say, I find it appalling that a lot of the questions or motions that are being posed this evening, no disrespect, we agree and disagree, but the administration has provided, seems like, all these motions over to you, Councilwoman, and based on the administration not sharing that information to all of us at any given moment between the time that we've had the public hearing to where we are now. When we ask questions, for the most part, it has been reverted from the motion being posed by yourself to the administration so that they are able to give a response. And just feel that the administration could have given all of us at least a reason, the very same way that the administration was able to share that information to you, it could have been shared to all of us as well, as far as where the cuts were potentially going to be or were needed. And so we had an opportunity, I want to say that during the Finance Committee, the question was posed to each director asking, do you find an area where there are cuts? Where would you cut? If you had to cut from somewhere, where would you cut? And I think if not every director pretty much said, we need it all. And I understand that. I mean, we need every penny. I also understand about pulling up our sleeves and making sure that we also make tough decisions. But I really would have wished that the administration would have been able to provide us with a lot of this information coming before us this evening, because there's a couple of cuts that were being proposed, and some of your response has been, I'll have to double check with the administration. This is what the administration told me. And I just really wish that we would have had the same response of being provided the same communication that you were given to all of us as well. So I have to say for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to try to keep this on.
The administration was asked an opinion. She
All
wanted
right,
to know
let's
why the
just-
administration did not go forward.
Director,
with the-
council members.
And the reason for that was it wasn't appropriate that the
Director,
mayor had the opportunity
Director.
to present his budget.
Director, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would just like to take the opportunity to right now say, I badgered the administration. I offered ideas. I asked Mr. Igo. I talked to Mr. DeMayo, which I'm sure that's where you also get the same information from. We all ask different questions. We're not privy to each other's questions when we're outside of this body. That conversation struck up different ideas, and when they had them, it's my understanding the administration is not allowed to amend their budget. They have one shot. So if these were found through conversation, I don't know who it is that is supposed to present them. And it's not my job to come in and interview directors. I don't even think I'm allowed to do that. But the fact that they did it and found the money, and I'm here presenting it, and they can answer the questions the same way we asked Mr. Igo to check the actuals, and we can do that. Is there a legal person that can tell me that I'm doing something wrong by asking the administration to verify this information? The information, you can ask them a question and get information that they don't necessarily tell me unless I ask them that
Hey.
same question. So I'm just trying to understand if we're trying to save money and everyone is, putting out statements and on the internet about the irresponsibility of this budget. And I said, find cuts, and they found them, and I'm presenting them. This is not I didn't
I'm
do
gonna
the
make a
original
motion.
Council
budget.
members, listen, I'm going to cut this off right now.
Motion, a
Council,
motion to move the question.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. That's non-debatable. I will entertain it. We were moving on anyways. I was going to call the roll. Take the motion on the move the question, then call the roll on this amendment after, if it
Councilwoman
passes.
Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No,
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
No, motion to move the question passes. Madam Clerk, please take the roll on senior service program instructors.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
yes,
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Can we clarify that we're voting on 57700?
We are.
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Madam Clerk, what was the tally on that?
5-4, pass.
5-4 passes. Councilman Mazzulli, you may continue.
57702, special activities. The director has indicated that this could comfortably be cut at $1,000 for a revision of $4,400.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes,
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. What's the tally? Motion fails
passed,
5-4.
5-4.
I'd like to make a motion to reallocate the $2,810 that was cut from line 57700 back to the ARPA.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none? Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
I'm sorry, could Councilwoman Renzulli, could you repeat that, please?
Yes, it's a motion to reallocate the $2,810 cut from line 57700 to the ARPA.
Councilwoman Marino, thank you.
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes,
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Passes 7-2.
Group 1605, Senior Services Nutrition, line 57701, Nutrition Program. This is proposed at $625,000. I'd like to reduce that by $10,000, which would give us $615,000. The director said that he would be open to creatively saving as everyone is trying to make cuts.
Second.
Your motion and a second. Councilman Renzulli, this is a motion to reduce 10,000 from 57701.
Correct.
I'd like to ask if revenue is also being reduced. Where did the $10,000 come from?
I think we just voted on 57701.
No.
No?
We voted on the one before that.
Okay, we voted on the one before that, went to opera. Now we're on 57701. What was your question?
My question is, are they also reducing revenue $10,000? Where is the $10,000 coming from?
The director did not indicate to reduce the revenue at all. He said he was just going to find the savings.
This just kind of goes to Councilwoman Vargas's
We're gonna-
point.
Council Vice President, we're going to stay on the amendment that's here.
So I need to have an answer. How do you expect us to vote on these things when we don't have the facts?
Then vote no.
What I've been doing.
Okay. Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. Councilmember Donegan, do you have a point of order? Yeah. Councilmember Donegan, you got to use your microphone when you speak.
I apologize. I thought that was the last amendment here on the sheet. I see now that there's two more, if I could be recognized after those two.
After we're done with these two, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So Madam Clerk and everybody can reset, okay? Councilmember Renzulli, finish up on your last two, please.
I have revenue ones as well. Just letting that be known. Group 1606, Senior Services, RSVP. 57701, Nutrition Program, proposed $3,000. I'd like to cut that by $1,000.
Do we have a
Second.
second? Promotion and a second, any discussion? Council Vice President,
I would not be able to support that tonight.
thank you. Madam, any other discussion? See, Councilmember Vargas.
Same question I was posed earlier in the nutrition program from another council member. Is this going to have any impact at all on the nutrition program for our seniors here in Cranston?
I was told that this is, am I allowed to answer that? Sorry.
Go ahead.
That this is the meals for the buddies who come in and volunteer with the seniors. This is not affecting the senior population. It's the people that come in and take them places and spend time with them. That's what was indicated to me.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
no,
Councilman Donegan.
No.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. Fail 6-3.
Line 57702, Special Activities. $3,000. I'd like to reduce that by $1,000.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Vargas.
Same question. Are these special activities like recognition or any type of special programming going to affect the programming that or activities that the seniors are currently getting?
The directors were asked not to reduce anything that was going to affect services. So if it does, I don't know, but that, they were not supposed to offer cuts that would affect services and how they run their department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. Motion fails. At this time, I will call for a 10-minute recess. Thank you, everyone. Resume. Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome back, or good night, good evening. It's 9 o'clock. We'd like to go to making amendments. Councilmember Donegan, I see your hand up. Councilmember Rizuli, were you finished before I called the recess, or did you have any more?
No, I just had my revenue increases. They're not many.
Go ahead, Councilmember. You can finish up the floor.
Okay, in group 1111, Department of Inspections, line 42160, building permits. I propose to increase those by $100,000, giving us a total of $885,500. We are budgeted for 805. I believe we're currently running over $900,000. If someone wants to confirm that, I think that's a fair increase. Thank you.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? And Councilmember Rizuli, can you repeat your motion one more time for the people that just walked in?
My motion is in group 1111, Department of Inspections, line 42160, building permits. I propose to increase that line by $100,000 due to how we are trending currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So we have a motion and a second under discussion. Council Vice President Ferry.
Is there anyone in the House that can verify that this is a reasonable amount of money to increase this budget? I mean, because during the budget hearings, it was, indicated that it was not something that was achievable.
Thank you, Council Vice President. To Mr. Igo, I'm not sure if you have an answer for that. Can you give us the actuals too on top of Council Vice President's answer?
In the current fiscal year, it was budgeted at $805,000. We've currently collected $973,000.
So are you comfortable with that number? Mr. Igo?
Based on discussions with the building inspector, yes.
And those were discussions that you had with him?
Discussion, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is a motion for an increase in the revenue line. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going back through my notes that I took when initially reviewing the budget, and I also had this as a potential increase. At the 4-7 meeting, I did ask the question to Director Rodeo because, like colleague Councilwoman Rinzuli pointed out, it's running 110% to the allocated fiscal 22 budget. But it's going down. I asked the question, why is it going down? And at least according to my notes that I typed, Director Rodeo said he doesn't believe that it will sustain those current levels next year.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Any other questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Donegan.
So with that in mind, given what it is for this year, I do agree that maybe the fiscal year 22 was 805. The proposed 23 is 785 and 500. I'm not sure I feel comfortable going the full 100,000 over, given what Director Rodeo said in the meeting. But I do think that potentially that fiscal year 23 number could be higher than what it's proposed. I don't know, level funding it to be safe. And then if we get more, we get more, and it can go into the surplus. I just don't know, comfortable given what Director Rodeo said here before us, that he doesn't think it's going to match that again.
Thank you, council member. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion fails 4-5.
Line 42176, solar permits proposed at $110,500. I propose to increase that by $50,000, giving us a revised number of $160,500. I believe we were budgeted at $60,000 and we've collected over 200. If Mr. Igo would like to confirm.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Igo?
We had budgeted $60,000 last year for this account. Currently, they've collected $242,000, so they're significantly over budget.
Thank you, Mr. Igo. Any questions on this? Any further questions or comments? Council Member Donegan.
Thank you. This is one of the line items that I was going to propose to amend the revenue. I know I had reached out to Mr. Igo earlier today about this. The current actuals, like he said, is about $240,000. Based on my conversation, it seems that it's believed that it will run at that same level for next year, that there's doesn't seem like there's reason to drop off. And so I would make a motion to amend so that it would be increased to $240,000.
Second.
Point of order, Councilman. You can have a competing motion, okay? But if you want to amend the motion, you should deal with the sponsor on that so that we're clear for the record what we're doing, okay? So that we have to have a vote on the first one, okay? And then the amendment or the motion itself gets amended and you vote on the original motion. So however you want to do it, you can have competing motions or you can take a vote on the amendment and then you have to go back to the first motion and vote on it as amended.
I'd rather do it the latter way that Attorney Angel handled it or expressed it. I think it's the same way you just did it, Council Member. We have the original motion on the floor. Was Council Member Renzulli, can you restate your original motion?
Can I just withdraw it?
Can you restate your original motion, Council Member Renzulli?
Yes. I motion to increase line 42176 by $50,000.
Okay. Now, Council Member Donegan is proposing an amendment to your motion. Councilmember Donegan, can you restate your amendment?
I would motion to amend the line item by increasing it $131,500. So the amended line item would be 242,000.
Okay, so we're going to vote on. Is there a second on that
Second.
amendment? Okay, there is a second. So we're under discussion now on the amendment only to the original motion. I have a question to the sponsor. Can you explain the jump from 50 to 200 change? Your reasoning?
Yeah, absolutely. So earlier today, I had sent an email to Director Igo about a different matter. We ended up communicating about the solar permits line item. And it had also come up in the city council or the finance committee meeting on the matter. It was communicated to me that the current level that fiscal year 22 is running at is sustainable and that there is reason to believe that that number will be achieved in subsequent years. And so I feel that the $240,000 amount is more accurate to what we can expect next year.
Thank you. Any other comments, or questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll
To be
on the
put,
amendment. Yeah, we're voting on the amendment to Councilwoman Renzuli's original motion to change the total. Any questions on that before I call the roll? We're voting on the amendment to increase the revenue line item, which is amending Councilmember Renzuli's original amount. Correct? I'll defer to legal.
The motion to amend, your motion to amend was to increase line item 42,176 to 131,500. That's the amendment. It's been first and seconded. Say it, I can't understand you.
The motion to clarify was not to amend line 42176 solar permits to 131,500. It is to amend line item 42176 solar permits by 131,500. So line item 42176 solar permits should be amended to $442,000.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
So Councilwoman Renzulli, is your line item the same line item as Councilmember Donegan's?
Yes, and if it would please the body, I can withdraw my motion or just change the number so we're not competing with each other on the same exact thing. He's just increasing what I
Right.
recommended, and I'm perfectly happy to bring in more money.
So one of you withdraw your motion and make the new motion. We'll just start clean.
I withdraw my motion.
Withdraw your motion. Councilmember Donegan, are you going to make make a new motion and we'll
Motion to amend line item 42176 solar permits to read $242,000.
thank you. Any questions on that? Mr. DeMayo, do you have?
Yeah,
Do you
point of information, he wants to increase the line item by 131,500 to go to 242 totally.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
is there a second to that motion? I'm sorry.
Second.
We do have a second now.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes,
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Briley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Renzulli, that concludes your motions. How many more do you have? 3 more?
Point through the president.
Who said that? Yep, go ahead.
Is there another side to that amendment?
To the revenue,
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move that to the COVID funds.
the opera.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
yes,
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Okay. Councilmember Renzulli,
fast.
go fast.
Ready? Group 1606, Senior Services RSVP, line 47150. There was a Scribner's error that was presented to us. I'm simply fixing that. It was proposed at 0. It should be 75,000 as indicated by the director at the finance meeting. So I'd like to make it that.
We have a second.
Second.
Any questions on this? Council Vice President Ferry.
Mr. Igo, you still feel comfortable with that number?
Yes, that's, according to Director Craddock, that's what the number should have been. It's a grant that he receives.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to reallocate the $75,000 that was added to 47150 to the ARPA.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Your motion and a second to move this money to opera. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
And in Department 1282, line 53209, this is the rent for the police building. I'd like to decrease that by $9,000, which is from the east and west impact fees, which will reduce it to 1401000, and I'll have to put in an ordinance to do so.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
And this shall be referred to as the Steve Stikos Amendment. I can see him raising his arms in the audience. The legend lives on after you've been gone, Councilman. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
And my final amendment right now, unless I can think of something else, I'm going to go into parks and recreation receipts, which brings me back to where we originally started increasing revenue last year. Going to look at camp, the increase in weeks and amount of campers was not taken into consideration, as this was, the revenue is exactly the same as last year. So in speaking to the director, I would like to increase, I might not word this right, Mr. DeMayo, please correct me, because I would like to increase the revenue by $75,000 with a $20,000 reduction back to fund the $20,000 discount program that is unfunded and we started last year for children who can't afford camp. So the actual increase will be a net of $55,000.
Second.
We had a motion and a second to order DeMayo and Mr. Igo. Was that worded correctly for you for budget purposes?
Yeah, so just to clarify that, we're gonna increase the 225 by 55,000 to go up to 280.
Yes, but $20,000 of that is in the weird way that you do the reduction.
Through the administration, is there a line item for the discount? Is there an account set up?
I would like it just to go exactly how it did last year.
My suggestion would be to increase the revenue by 75,000 and put an expense line item in for the 20. So it's clarified that the money will be used for that.
Is that fine through the administration?
One second, they're conferring.
What's that?
Is that okay, the way it was just explained from a budget analyst DeMayo, or do I need to repeat it?
Yeah, we're just gonna record the net receipt, so we really don't need the $20,000 as long as the council dictates to the Parks and Rec Department that $20,000 is to be used as a reduction of the cost of camp.
Okay, excellent. Council Member Vargas?
So yes, so what we did last year is there's in a line item, it's under expenditures under Park and Rec, which is program aid line 55008. That's where we had allocated $20,000 in this current fiscal year on the program. So that would be where it would go back again in that same line item, correct?
You can do it either of two ways. You can record it net of the 20,000 or gross. To me personally, it doesn't really matter. I can do one or the other. I can show the 20,000 and then increase the other line item by the 75,000.
Is that the better way, Mr. Igo, to track that the $20,000 was spent on this? Because I want to ensure that the kids get the money to go to camp.
Yes, we'll put it in that way. That's fine.
Okay, we'll do it that way then. Do I have to amend how I said it, or are we clear?
Mr. Igo, do you want Councilwoman Renzulli to change her motion to what you just suggested or leave it the way she proposed it?
She can change it if we want to show the actual amount that we're setting aside for reduction of the costs.
I think that would be better.
Okay, I will amend my amendment.
I would withdraw the motion, make a new motion, and maybe Budget Analyst DeMayo can state it.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
Councilwoman, the first portion of the amendment should be to increase the revenue by 75,000. And then the second portion would be to increase the expense category by 20,000. And then the last portion would be to put the net to whatever category you'd like to put it to.
Thank you, Budget Analyst DeMayo. I motion to amend line 45000 Parks and Recreation receipts to increase $75,000.
We have a
Second.
second. We have a second. Any discussion? Council Member Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. Similarly, this is another line item that we had identified to increase. I do appreciate Councilwoman Renzulli taking this up and increasing it by $75,000. However, I feel that is still too low. Even at $300,000, it's only 75% of the 2 years that were immediately preceding the pandemic. 2018 actuals were 398 and 2019 actuals were 400. So I feel that, closer to $400,000 is what the city should be bringing in at least. I would think that, so I would want to do this properly. I would make a motion to increase, I would make a motion to increase line item 45000 Parks and Rec receipts to $400,000.
Second.
It's the same line item, so we have competing motions on the same line item. So if the same thing happened again.
Are we in discussion right now?
We are in
Item?
discussion.
Can I ask Mr. Igo if he could please identify what the receipts are running right now? Because I, like Donegan, did want this number to be bigger, but when I asked the question, it didn't seem quite realistic. I just want to point out that the schools use our best facilities with the first right of refusal, and they do not pay to do that, as there are schools. So we can't make revenue a lot of times off of Cranston West Field and the stadium when they're being used by a Cranston public school. And perhaps that kind of skews what we think the revenue should be, because we have these wonderful facilities. The schools are using them oftentimes. I'm a coach. I just want to point that out.
Mr. Igo, do you have the actual on that?
Yeah, for the current fiscal year, we had budgeted $225,000, and to date, we've collected $125,000.
Thank you, Council Member Donegan.
Thank you. I don't disagree with anything Councilwoman Renzulli just said. it's concerning that the receipts are running so low. I mean, even going back to 2017, it was $355,000. You know, the city foot part of the bill for renovations to the Cranston West field. There's been work done at numerous fields throughout the city, and one of the selling points for those was that, hey, just as the Cranston Stadium is a place that can bring in revenue, now the West Field will also be a source of revenue for the city. And to see that despite increased investment in our fields, especially with, you know, upwards of, I think, without having the capital budget in front of me right now, close to $2 million for turf fields in certain parks within the city, that we're not going to see any increased revenue from it, even back to what it was 5 years ago, is concerning.
Thank you, Councilmember. So we have two motions on the floor. I'm just going to call the roll on them competingly. Director, did you have something to add?
Please, for your information, I had a meeting with Director Tasalia today because there was confusion on that line item. Him and Mr. Savigny itemized, I asked them for an itemized listing of what they estimate for receipts. And right now, what they have with the summer program, they have $199,200 of receipts, but then they'll have to take out the $20,000 we'll save the discount program. And then of all other use of fields, they itemized $100,000. So they are estimating that total revenues would be $300,000 before you take out the $20,000 for the discount. I just want to pass that along. It's what they're telling me as of today.
Thank you, Director.
And
Any other
just the
questions on this?
last thing to point out is, unfortunately, we're probably not going to be receiving pre-COVID money with the Budlong pool. Those revenues probably won't be happening this year.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendments, the motions that are in front of us? Okay. I'm going to call on Councilmember Donegan.
You know, as much as I want that number to be higher, I also don't want to inflate the revenue in something that might not be attainable. It's probably would be, given what we just heard, unwise. So I will withdraw my motion to increase to $400,000.
Thank you. Back on the floor is Councilmember Rinzulli's original motion. Any other discussion on that? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes.
I would like to make a motion to reallocate the $55,000 net from 45000 and move it to the ARPA. And then may I please have a total on all monies moved to the ARPA?
Hold on
Through
one
the-
sec.
Second, Council President. Councilwoman, you need to do the expense side, the discount.
I make a motion to add $20,000 to the expense line for camp aid.
Second.
Your motion is second. I'm moving that money. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes 9-0.
Now I'd like to make a motion to reallocate the $55,000 net. Move it from line 45000 to the ARPA.
Second.
Your motion is second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes. If you have a, hold on a second, you have a point of information, Mr. Igo?
Just to clarify, I'm sorry if I missed it, but the 9,000 that we took out of the rent, I don't believe that we did that to the opera funds.
No, I believe. That's an impact fee. That will get moved via ordinance.
But that leaves the general fund unbalanced. You have to reallocate that 9,000 somewhere else in the general fund.
We're messing up Councilman Stichos's historical ordinance. Yep, the other half of it.
You reduce the line item for the rent.
Yep.
Which frees up, X amount of money. You move the X amount somewhere else. And then subsequently, we pass the ordinance applying the eastern and western impact fees towards that line item. So you do have to
You
move
need
whatever you came up
9,000
with
on the
towards
other
something
side.
else.
So we want to take the 9,000 out of the opera too?
So I'd like to make a motion to move that $9,000 to ARPA.
Second.
There a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? To our budget analyst, Mr. DeMayo, is that the correct way to do this for now until we pass the ordinance?
Yes, until the ordinance is passed.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, motion passes. Councilmember Mazzulli, does that conclude?
Yes, I'm all set. Thank you for the opportunity to make such large cuts in total. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to amend group 0000, line 41176, tax revenue fiscal year 23. I would like to amend that by increasing the number by $1,860,270. So 186,270. Increase by 186,270. And if there's a motion, a second, I will explain.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Donegan.
This would double the current tax rate for real estate tax value for commercial renewable energy systems from $2 per kilowatt to $4 per kilowatt.
Thank you,
Which
Councilmember.
this would require a subsequent passage of an ordinance, which we do all the time for other changes.
Thank you, Councilmember. Under discussion. No discussion? I'll just say that in the past, this has come up. I voted against it. It is a tax increase. There are kilowatt hours set by ordinance, and I don't think this is the right place or to change it, so I'll be voting against it. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
No, believe it passed 6-3. Okay, motion passes. Councilmember Donegan, you still have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to move the 186,270 to the American Rescue Plan Act line item. Move that to reduce that line item by that amount.
Second.
We have a second. Mr. Councilmember Donegan, your mic was cutting out. Can you say that one more time?
Yes, so I'd like to make a motion to decrease the American Rescue Plan Act revenue line item by 186,270, 186,270.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
The other motion that I would seek to make, and it's admittedly kind of messy because of some of the amendments that have gone through, and I think some were nullified by action that the council has taken. But earlier in the week or late last week, we were supplied with a list of discretionary salary increases of 3%. I don't know if it's proper to make a motion to level fund all of those increases. But based on my estimate, that would be a savings of nearly $70,000 between salaries and other attached requirements.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Renzulli.
Thank you. I'm just kind of fumbling through papers right now because I've been talking for, I don't know, 4 hours. Could someone from the administration or the auditor just tell me other raises? There are 660 other people getting raises, and this is just, those are contractual, and this is separate because these people are not in the union. Is that correct?
Good evening. That's correct, Councilwoman. So the 4 bargaining units currently, laborers, Teamsters, police and fire, all have contractual raises as of July 1st. And the approximate 22 directors obviously are not in the union. That 3% raises for the 22 directors. That is correct.
Thank you. I just, want to make a comment. We're trying to make cuts, but we also try to be fair and appreciate the people who are leading the city and that we ask a lot of. And I don't know how I would feel if everyone around me, except for me, was getting like a standard of living increase in the middle of COVID when it costs more for food, gas, and everything else we do. So I will not be voting to cut these modest raises. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Riley.
Thank you, Council President. I agree with my colleague, Councilwoman Renzulli. It would be wholly unfair to provide raises to one group and not the other. However, that's not what our charge here is. Our charge here is to protect the taxpayers. And while we are the last line before this budget goes through, unless there are any possible vetoes, there are a lot of things that are put on our laps and we have to make the hard decisions. And that's because people before us didn't say no when they should have. So when there's only an infinite pot, a finite pot of money, there's only so much money. So when the answer is yes, 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 and those contracts go up, that pot goes down. I would be more than happy to support if the unions came up and said, look, we'll only do a 1.5% increase. And then we'll give everybody else the 1.5. But if all the money, just like in a balloon, is going to one side, there's none left on the other side. So you're right, it's not fair, but it's also not fair that we've been put in that position. So the increases contractually have outpaced the tax rate. They've outpaced the directors, and they're outpacing everything. They need to be looked at more. We can't just say yes all the time. It feels good to say yes, and no one gets mad at you, but unfortunately, that's our job. And for that reason, we just don't have the money. So I would be supportive to do away with this 3% increase so that maybe in future years, we can bring one side down and bring one side up so we have equilibrium. So it's not, I don't see that it's on us, that we're being unfair to anyone. We've been asked to do a job with a finite amount of money and we can't touch contracts. So those contracts, the higher they go, the less everyone else gets. So I think everybody has to realize that when they look across the table and they say, hey, that person got a raise and I didn't. Well, maybe next year that person won't get as big a raise so we can give to everybody else. And that's why I would be supportive of this today. Not that I don't think people don't deserve it at all. Everybody in the city deserves far more than what they get. The directors, the teachers, everybody, but there's only so much money to go around. So it's not about feelings. It's not about fairness. It's about what we have to work with. And we're here to protect the taxpayers. So that's why, unfortunately, I wish we didn't have to, but I will be supporting Councilman Donegan tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion? Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. Very simply put, we don't have the money. It's not proper to give 3% raises that we just don't have the money. It's not about people in some of those positions not being deserving of the increase. It's just, it's not there. And some of those positions, we should point out, were new hires of only just a year and a half ago, and they started at a salary increase. So it's a lot more than 3% for some of those positions. And it's just not the right thing to do by the taxpayers, and it's not fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Councilmember Donegan, can you restate your motion one more time?
Motion would be to eliminate the 3% tax increase for non-CBA salary increase.
Raise, not tax increase.
Sorry. Motion would be to eliminate the 3% salary increase for non-CBA staff totaling $69,704.42.
My only question to Mr. Igo or to Mr. DeMayo is, do we need to list that by line item or? Is the motion,
There
the
is a
motion
s-
clear enough?
There is a schedule, but also the number that Councilman Donegan gave also includes the payroll taxes and the retirement. I don't know if it's necessary for the administration or Mike, if we need to segregate those numbers.
The only thing is, I think since the amendment night, that those numbers changed due to the fact that there was an amendment to reduce the city clerk's position to a half a year. So those numbers are slightly inflated from what they should be because of the amendments that were made last week.
Through the president, the solicitor, is it okay to make an amendment and have it be calculated because it's been affected, or does it have to be recalculated prior and stated by a number?
As I understand the amendment, it's to make an across-the-board nullification of the 3% salary increase for directors as proposed in the budget. Is that right? Okay, so if it makes it more clear as to what the council is directing finance and the administration to do, then yes, the line item should be listed. So I would defer to finance and the administration if that provides sufficient clarity to them. It's clear that what the intent is of the motion, but for consistency's sake with the other motions relative to cuts that have been made here tonight to specific line items, I would defer to Mr. Igo.
I could provide everyone with this schedule. I can email it to you and somebody could read off by department the Yeah, but like I said before, that's changed because some amendments have already been made last week and tonight.
Councilor Donegan, this is your motion.
So if we were to take out the clerk's position, if we were just to say not factor that in, the number that I have now would be in total $525.14. That's $66,525.14. That includes salary, payroll tax, and the retirement benefit.
Mr. Igo or to Mr. DeMayo? You got a minute. Check that.
For the general fund total, I'm coming up to a total of $59,210 because there was also an adjustment made tonight to reduce the finance director's salary by a quarter of the year. So that increase for the 3% for the full year also needs to be reduced by 0.25. Again, I could forward this schedule to someone and they can just read it in by department, or I can just take this schedule and enter it and forward it to you for the record.
Mr. Igo, if the total is sufficient enough for you and it concurs with Mr. Donegan, I think we can move forward with the amendment.
So the general fund would be 59,209. So I will withdraw my initial motion. And I will make a motion to remove those contractual, remove the non-contractual 3% increase totaling towards the general fund, $59,209.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion on this new motion? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. Passes 7-2.
I'll make a motion to move to remove $59,209 from the American Rescue Plan Fund revenue line item. So to reduce that line item by 59209.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion to send the money back to opera? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Mr. Donegan, any more amendments?
Yes, this is a question to the, I guess, to the Finance Department. The funds that are outside of the general fund, for example, something like workforce development, how would removing funding for a position there impact the budget itself and the tax rate or the use of Rescue Plan Act funds?
It wouldn't have an impact on the rescue plan funds, but it would reduce the revenues. We could reduce the revenues of those other funds by the amount for each of those individuals.
That's all I have for right now.
Thank you, council member. You're done with your amendments for now?
For now.
Thank you. Any other amendments? Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. I'd like to move to amend line item in Department Legal Law Department, Department 1103, line item 52311 salaries. City solicitors fees. And I'd like to, my motion is to amend that item so that the fiscal 2023 budget proposed line item expenditure would be $134,000.
We have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Under discussion, Councilmember Marino.
Sure. The legal department previously, the city solicitor fees were 190,000. They're seeking an increase of 214,000. But the reason for this reduction is that according to our local laws, our city laws, that department is only supposed to be staffed with a city solicitor and 2 attorneys to assist. And currently that department has 5, which is not consistent with our laws. And for that reason, I propose the reduction in the salaries in that department.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any discussion on this? To the administration?
That being the case, we could not get by in-house with the current salary structure for the other, because we would have to ask the existing solicitors or replace solicitors if they can't perform the workload with more than likely a higher compensation, because the same work would need to be performed within the department. So it's going to be more work placed on them and the hours that are placed. So I think we're going to be in the position of having to ask less people to do a lot more work that's distributed to that's currently twice the number of people. So I think if you want to reduce it, I think the fair thing to do would be increasing the existing people that would remain in the department.
Thank you, Director. Council Vice President.
Based on what we're faced with and the situation we're in, we're not asking anyone, but we're asking everyone to do more for maybe a little less right now to help every citizen in this city. So I don't understand why that department wouldn't be part of the overall plan for everybody to step up a little bit and maybe do a little bit more until things improve. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Renzulli. You had a hand up first, then I'll go to Councilman Donegan.
Thank you. I was just wondering if Councilwoman Marino could identify the law that she's talking about, just so I
Sure,
can read the whole thing.
2.08.191 hiring. Let's see, excuse me, 2.08.190 Department of Law, number of assistant city solicitors. The city solicitor shall appoint 2 assistant city solicitors to assist him or her in the performance of his or her duties. There you go.
Thank you.
Can you say that one more time, a little slower?
Sure can. Yep. 2.08.190 Department of Law, number of assistant city solicitors. The city solicitor shall appoint 2 assistant city solicitors to assist him or her in the performance of his or her duties. The qualifications of the assistant city solicitor shall be specified in section 8.01 of the charter, which is a red herring. No one's talking about qualifications, just the number of staff in that department is over what is allowed by law.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One second. One second. I'll let you come up to the microphone in a minute, Solicitor. Councilmember Riley.
I would actually like to hear from the solicitor as to what they have to respond to. My concern is that it is a large cut. And while there may be a law on the books now that says there is only to be 2, we've already seen one amendment tonight that caused us, we're going to have to go make a change to one of the ordinances as well. And we've all said it from time to time that the city code is a little backdated, so perhaps 2 is not enough. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't cut this department. I have it here in my notes that it needs to be cut as well. That does seem like a very deep cut, especially when, people have been against a $500 cut tonight. Now we want to make a $150,000 cut. I mean, it's just, so everybody tightening their belts is one thing, and I think this department should tighten their belt. That just seems a little too much for me. That is gonna definitely hinder us in that department going forward. Going from 5 to 2, maybe 2 is not the number, maybe 5 is not the number, but I think somewhere in the middle is where the truth is.
Thank you. Solicitor Malay, do you have any comment on this amendment and the ordinance or law?
Thank you. Thank you, council members. The charter provides for my department to have the amount of city solicitors that are needed. The department historically, if you look through, has been reduced. Again, Councilwoman Marino, I see you shaking your head, but the charter speaks to the amount of solicitors needed, not the ordinance that faces it. The charter speaks to my department. The law department over the years, if you look in the last 5 years, has historically gone down in the budget from a total of 1.3, I think about 3.3 years ago or 4 years ago. I employ right now 5 solicitors that fall under the different municipal court, zoning and so forth and so on. It would not even be legally responsible for this city, a city with a $330 million budget, to reduce my department to 2 solicitors. And I don't know, the ordinance which you're referring to cannot amend the charter. The charter says that I can have as many solicitors as needed to provide by law. Again, it would only mean that the outside line budget would go up exponentially. Exponentially. I mean, the people that work for me work for a certain set monthly, yearly salary, if you will. Whereas when you go out, as you know, as a member of the bar, different law firms will charge an hourly rate. That rate may range anywhere from $175 an hour to $250 to $300 per hour for litigation if things have to get sent out. So nothing would happen other than the outside line budget would go absolutely through the roof. I've tried this past fiscal year, and I've asked the council when we had our meetings, I am trying to keep things as internal as I can. There are times when things have to be shipped out to different law firms based on expertise. But it would be fiscally irresponsible for this council to do what you're asking. So I ask the members of the council to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Solicitor. Councilmember Jermaine.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to mention that we did not have any other department head to respond to an amendment tonight, and we make an exception. I just want to mention that. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Because all of the department has caught, we talk about it, none of them has the opportunity to defend. Okay, so why we give one the opportunity to defend and we didn't give any other department head when we talk about the court in their department? So that's my question.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think the reason I really wanted to hear is because it's the legal question aspect of it with the charter and an ordinance that are competing, which I'm going to ask our solicitor in a minute to give us some clarification on that too, if he can. Any other questions or comments on this?
No, that was going to be my question, was where in the charter that's being referenced, but I'll refer to our council lawyer.
Mr. Angel, do you need more time to research this? No.
I'm reading it now. So the charter doesn't speak to the number of solicitors. Mr. Malay referred to the broad powers of the solicitors department. I mean, I can go back and read it too if you want me to. But by ordinance, under the code, the section would seem to be 2.08.190. You've quoted it accurately. But the charter doesn't make any references to the number of the solicitors. Look, what else did you want me to tell you?
No, that's fine. I appreciate, thank you. So the charter does not delineate the number of attorneys and doesn't
Not
give
that
that
I
free
see,
rein.
no.
Okay, thank you. And to be clear, it's not just two assistant city solicitors. It is the main city solicitor that we would have as a city, and we would have two assistant city solicitors, which even in its current function is a part-time job for those two assistant solicitors. So the $134,000 in the budget would be more than sufficient to cover those expenses, even given what the current salaries are. And I stand by that motion to amend this evening.
Thank you, council member. Any other questions or comments on this amendment that is before us before I call for a roll? I'm just going to state that I'll be voting against this tonight because I think the ordinance can be changed and I do not want to strap the legal department with the amount of legal work that is coming in. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. Motion passes 6-3. 5-4.
And if I may, Council President?
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to reallocate the savings, which is $80,000 to the ARPA funds.
We have a motion to replenish the opera funds with this funding. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Councilman Marino, do you have any other motions? Are there any other amendments
No.
this evening? Councilmember Jermaine?
I have a question for probably administration or Department of Personnel. I am looking, I don't know where I have to look, but I'm looking under Group 1104, Department of Personnel. I would assume that the Diversity Commission has a line item last year, and there was a $10,000 allocated to the Diversity Commission. So I don't see it in this budget. I don't know if I missed something.
I believe it's still there under
What-
boards and commissions.
Board and commissions?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so let me look.
It's on page 22.
What it? Department 1901.
To make an amendment to increase this to $20,000, $10 from the line item solar, the revenue. Let me see where I put it here. So to take $10,000 from the 131,000 amendment Council Donegan made for the increase of revenue. So we can take $10 from that and to increase the diversity commission.
Okay, I don't know if we can take the revenue itself out like that. I'll defer to Budget Analyst DeMayo for clarification.
You'd have to increase a revenue. You can't do that. So to increase the balance in diversity commission, you either have to reduce another expenditure or increase a revenue line that can support the increase in revenue.
This money was allocated to, the review was allocated to ARPA money. That's what Council Donegan says. We allocated to ARPA money.
If I'm understanding you correctly, you want to increase the diversity and use opera funds?
Yes.
May I speak?
Yes.
I think she's saying that she would like to take $10,000 of the money that Councilman Donegan put into the opera funds and use it to increase that budget by $10,000.
Agreed, but it's just from the fund. It's not necessarily what was put in there. So it'll be a decrease to the opera funds and then an increase to the diversity commission.
It's an increase in the revenue, not the solar permit. So that's where this money come from.
So you want to make a motion to increase the revenue in solar permits?
No, from this increase.
For clarification, the amendment that Councilman Donegan made increased the opera balance. So it would just decrease the opera balance currently, and then you'd increase the diversity commission line.
I have a question, Mr. DeMayo. So if I understand this right, it would be an allocation of ARPA funds to the commission, is that right?
Correct.
And so it raises the question of whether or not it is a proper use of ARPA funds. And I don't have an answer to that as I sit here. I know that you've looked at those regulations. I'd ask the solicitor to weigh in, but the finance department had studied those regulations. I had provided it to some people. I think there's about 435 pages. Do we know if that's a proper allocation?
I believe it is. I'd like to look at it further. The other question,
I just want to make sure.
back to the solicitor is, I believe the ordinance that was passed is that the administration is to make the allocation and the council approves it. Am I wrong in that assumption? The opera fund allocations.
Yeah, I don't know, Director, how that plays. And I think we just got to find $10,000 from another revenue line item other than ARPA, maybe.
So I would
Yeah.
like to see that we have this increase. So if we can find it anywhere else.
If you have a line item that we can
Yeah.
use, or we can circle back to a couple other amendments and try to find them.
Okay. Mr. Igo, you will look into it?
Councilwoman, I would need your direction on where you'd like me to look. And obviously, we have one side of the adjustment. I can see if there's another side, and I can speak to Mr. Igo.
So question, is it feasible that we can use ARPA money for diversity commission?
There's a broad statement that it's used for diversity and inequities, but I don't necessarily know if it can be used for directly a board that oversees something. I'd like to do a little bit more research and not commit to that currently. It's not going to a specific program. It's going to a board that then may facilitate something there. So that would be my concern. I don't want to expose the city to committing the money to something that they may have to pay back without at least doing the research to do it.
So smooth this out, and I know some people need to use the restroom. I'll call for a 10-minute recess. We'll come back. We'll have an answer to this, and then we'll move forward with the rest of the night. Thank you. Mr. Crudale, how are you? I will call the council back from recess. It's a long night. Council member, Council member Jermaine, we left off with you. Just want to make sure that we're good before we go, or do you want to make an amendment? Yeah.
Councilwoman, maybe I can help for a minute. In thinking about what you want to do, and I want to see if I understand this. You want to reallocate some of the ARPA money that was put back to the Diversity Commission. Is that fair to say?
I didn't see it that way.
I'm sorry?
I didn't see it that way.
Okay,
Okay, so I will remove my motion from where I want to have the money. So I don't want to take it from the upper money
okay,
for now.
okay.
Okay?
right.
Thank you. Councilwoman Zuli, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend group 1107 municipal court, line 42151 municipal court building code fines. For a city this large, who we've all brought up that we get lots of complaints on code violations, and we chose to bring in another inspector, we need to hold people accountable when they are, in violation of codes. So I see that in 2021, we actually brought in $20,000. And then I think right now we're running exactly at what we're budgeted for, which seems a little strange to me to be running at exactly $5,000. But anyway, I personally think that if we're hiring more inspectors and we're enforcing our code, that this could be increased by $10,000. And I'd like to make that amendment to make this $17,500.
We have a motion and a second to increase the revenue for municipal court by $10,000 on the housing violations. We have a second. Any discussion on that? Councilmember Vargas.
Yes, to Councilwoman Renzulli, where would you see allocating those revenues in those funds?
I would like to allocate those to the Diversity Commission.
Thank you. Can I add a little bit? So it's on the, okay, you know what? This is a conversation on the actual motion, not where is allocated, right? Or can I just say?
So the motion on the floor is to increase court revenue. We have a second, right? Then was there another motion to reallocate the money, or were you just saying? Okay.
Yeah, so I have a question as to where would it be going, but
If
can
it
I,
passed.
if only if it passes, I would be able to ask that, correct? Or can I just ask now?
You can ask.
All right,
now.
so the diversity commission, I believe has $10,000 currently in there in this current FY '22 budget, of which I don't believe a penny of it has yet to.
Councilwoman, if I can, there's no motion pending to reallocate the funds. We can have discussion about reallocation of the funds if there's a motion to reallocate the funds. Pending right now is a motion and a second to increase revenue in a line item in the municipal court for fines for building code violations to 10,000. Your question was, what would she use it for? She said, Diversity Commission, but there's no motion pending to discuss the.
That is correct. That's why I was asking it earlier. Can I ask this question or not? So I'll hold off on this and we'll vote on the motion first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any discussion on this revenue increase? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley.
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Councilmember Renzulli.
I'd like to make a motion to reallocate the $10,000 increase to the line item for the Diversity Commission.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion in a second, and then now Councilmember Vargas. If you want to,
Thank you.
thank you.
Absolutely. So my earlier question, what I was trying to ask is, I guess it's to Director Igo first, is there's $10,000 in the diversity current fiscal year, which has any of that been spent yet to date?
To date, there has been no expenditures.
Thank you. And again, I'm not sure if I can even ask this, but I'm just trying to get a sense again. The funds that are currently in that line item, is there a stipulation as to how it could be used? In other words, is it only to train, is it up to the discretion of the board? And the reason why I'm asking goes in hand with my next couple of questions that I have regarding the budget.
I believe it would be to the discretion of that board.
Thank you. And there's only been like one meeting so far on this, which they have not decided as to where to spend the funds between now and the end of the fiscal year. I guess Director Perillo, who's a co-chair. Thank you. So I wholeheartedly would love to give the diversity committee thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. You know, I am huge, obviously, as a woman of color, but the fact that we also have not used right now the $10,000 that we currently still have within our fiscal year, and there's only been one meeting so far within this current fiscal year, I first would love to see the Diversity Commission have a meeting, be called to order, strategize on how those $10,000 will first be used, because I don't know if it's going to be used between now and the end of the year, which, let's be honest, if it doesn't, the mayor has the full right to allocate them the fourth quarter transfer anywhere his administration wishes. And so I much rather have a strategic plan in place by the commission members of the diversity board as to what they'd like to do the next fiscal year with what's already in the budget, have that plan in place, and then come next year, that next council could then determine, or even have the board come before us or come before the next council members, come before us and say, this is how we spent it, and this is what we would like more, or this is how we'd like less, which hardly happens on the last part. And so do I think the diversity commission would use the funds, need the funds? Absolutely. There's a lot of work to do here in our city with training on equity and inclusion and even accessibility throughout our entire city. But at the same time, I just, knowing that we are making cuts and it's a tough time, I just, in my right mind, would not be able to support continuing to increase that line item, even with that revenue that Councilwoman Renzulli found in the budget, to not know how it's going to be spent or having a plan in place. So again, I'm a big proponent, obviously, of diversity. I pushed for it in so many different ways throughout our city, and celebrating diversity and inclusivity, and having training with One Cranston that we did with the last administration and the last council. But I just can't right now add another 10,000 to a board that hasn't utilized it. And I understand it's because of COVID. The commission did not get a chance to meet and they just started meeting. But to add another additional 10,000, let's just first see how it's going to be spent next fiscal year. And then the council can consider and see how they're doing. And then perhaps what we can do is just a suggestion, although I'd like to add it then for the next council meeting, is get a sense as to when the next scheduled meeting is, and if not, perhaps Director Perillo as a co-chair would be able to call that meeting and maybe have that conversation. That should probably be one of the agenda items, at least if they still have some time for this year to use it in any possible way in terms of training or anything else. But I'll stop right there before I keep running around in circles. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Vargas. Councilmember Riley.
Thank you, Council President. I remember last year when we did allocate the 10,000 to the diversity program, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that was for racial sensitivity training for the employees. It was going to be run through the Diversity Commission. I believe that. Director Perillo, is that something that's happened, or obviously nothing's been spent? So no, okay. So, and further, given that that was the plan, and if it had happened, I wouldn't see the need to double down and put the 10 grand back in again. It was a one-time expense. Our boards and commissions, they get maybe $1,000, $1,500. So I completely agreed with the one-time, doing it, but I don't think we've gotten a lot of new employees to retrain if that was what it was allocated for last year. And then secondly, to Councilwoman Vargas's point, the money hasn't been spent. And my understanding was that it was supposed to be for that purpose. I can't see doubling that and adding 20 onto another 10 when all the other boards and commissions get $1,000 roughly. So I would be against that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Renzulli.
Thank you. It's my understanding that the training that is needed is more expensive than the money that's allocated. Similarly to conversations we've had about the comprehensive plan, that maybe it was not recognized that you can go out to contract for something and bigger than what you have and use it over X amount of years. I'm not sure. I'm not part of the commission. Mr. Director Perillo can say about that. But I think that if we take the money away and we say, hey, come back next year, show us what you did with $10,000. If they can't get the training they need for $10,000 this year, they're not going to get it next year either. So maybe this $10,000 could be used to go out to bid and have a multi-year contract. I'm not sure, but if told you need to use this $10,000, you're going to lose it. Maybe someone needs to be reminded of that. I don't think anyone wants to just lose $10,000. And on top of that, I don't think this is a regular board and commission. Lots of city and towns have whole departments for diversity. So we can't on one side of our mouth say, we want diversity, we want equity, we want everyone involved, and then not fund and not keep up with the committee, because we should be asking them to check in with us. So I did my part and I hope you will all do yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Riley.
Thank
I'm
you.
breaking my own rule. I promise not to go back to this.
I know, very quickly. And I think Councilwoman Renzulli highlights a good point. We had no idea what things cost, but yet we're putting them in a budget. And then all that happens is we lose it at the end of the year. So now we're learning that 10,000 wasn't enough when we were told it was enough. Now we're going to lose 10,000. We can't be doing things like that. We need to find out the information, solidify it, and then move forward. So I'm more than happy to, I don't disagree with you that diversity is a big thing. And, if you vote against this for financial reasons, you're a horrible person. I get the whole thing. But the bottom line is we do have many important boards and commissions. The $10,000 was not responsibly used. It wasn't responsibly put in there because we didn't know what it was. We just went on the fly that night and threw $10,000 at it. Now we're going to lose it. So let's, pump the brakes, figure out what's needed, and then move forward with an exact number.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion on this?
I just wanted to ask Director Perillo if he has any insight on this, if the topic of training has come up, if anyone's looked into, I know an RFP hasn't gone out, but you can get an idea of pricing just through the Nonviolence Institute. There's all different training. I don't know if there's an idea that they're trying to accomplish We can't tonight do a project plan or ask for one, but
We've only had one meeting and we haven't really discussed what direction we want to go in. The money hasn't been earmarked. The council did not earmark the money for any particular training. It was just $10,000 allotted to the Diversity Commission. So we haven't really dove into what we want to do with it or how much trainings cost. I know the one training that Mr. Gasha had at the library 2 years ago cost about $35,000. That was paid through a grant from the Rhode Island Foundation.
so it's at least, we at least know it costs more than $10,000. So I just think we need to move in. And I'm not saying that this is the exact right amount of money, but Mr. Perla, do you think that you could, if knowing you were going to get $20,000 next year, utilize the 10 this year and some kind of bid with a contract, a multi-year contract?
I don't know. It's not my lone decision, so I'd have to run it by the board. We haven't, again, we've only had one meeting and we really haven't dove into what the group's priorities are. So I really can't guarantee I'm going to have that money spent this year.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Council Member Jermaine.
Thank you, Council President. So my intention as someone who been participating on training and know by experience how costly wheel training is not, to have someone an expert to come for a training, and we have different department here. It's not, we never stop learning. And those issues, diversity, inclusion, equity, it's something we learn every day, and that's how you have to keep going. Really, in this society we are living right now, we need it more than ever. So I understand that the $10,000, it's nothing. $10,000 is nothing. You just can have like a couple croissant, drink, but you cannot hire someone to have a training and you say you got $10,000 for a training if we are serious. So that's why I was thinking to increase it because from what I heard from the co-directors, Mr. Paolo, is like nothing has been done really yet, but we know that because of COVID and because some of us were like delayed to appoint someone to the board, those are issues that make the board delay in their meetings, what they should be doing. So as I'm learning this, so if the $10,000, this is my second budget, if it's not used, you're gonna lose it, but I didn't know you can lose money that way. I thought it will go to the general fund and we use it because that's something, it's important to us. We could not, I didn't think we can just, we will not use it, you lose it. It's there for a purpose. If we are serious about what we say in paper and our action can reflect it, okay? So I understand, so if we don't want to have it because we don't want to lose money, I don't want to lose money, I don't want to use the taxpayer for nothing. But at the same time, I think if we are serious, we want to have training for all our people in the city, $10,000, $20,000, nothing. That's my point.
Thank you, Council Member. Any other discussion on this before I call for a roll? Council Member Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. I agree wholeheartedly with the sentiment behind the proposed amendment, and I think Councilwoman Jermaine and I think probably everyone is aware of my commitment to reducing inequities within the city, especially along socioeconomic and racial lines, which are increasingly apparent when you look at census data within the city. But as we just heard from the chair of the committee, they've met once. They have no plan to use the $10,000 at this time that was allocated last year. And when I'm thinking about what the boards and commissions currently have, I mean, things like the Arts Commission, they use those funds like that. And they have less funding. I just don't. The Diversity Commission has existed for 1 year, has met once, and it already has more funding than any other board or commission within the city. And I'm just not sure that doubling that tonight when there's no plan to spend it just isn't, it's not a decision that I'm in a position, I'm comfortable making this evening. I'm not even sure that $20,000 is enough to do DEI training for the city. I guess it was just myself, Councilwoman Vargas, and Councilman Poplawskis, I think 3 years ago, during our first year, during your 6th year, the council received a grant, or the city received a grant to do DEI training through the Groundwater Institute at the library. And I think that was upwards of, close to $100,000 or I know that there are, to do DEI training, I know that there are grant funding opportunities out there. I don't think that this amendment that's proposed is even going to get us close to what it would cost. And it's not because I don't support that work. It's just because I'm not sure that the Diversity Commission at this time is established enough in order to carry that out.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion from anyone who hasn't spoken yet before I call the roll? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
No. No.
Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Motion fails 6-3. Councilman, we need a motion to where to put.
I
the
will
$10,000.
make a motion to put that $10,000 into the ARPA.
Second?
Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Just before we move forward, to Mr. Igo or to Mr. DeMayo, do we have a running total of what we've put back into the opera?
Between amendments and tonight, we're at 1,303,128.
Mr. DeMayo, do you concur? Concurs. All right, any other amendments on the floor this evening? Councilmember Riley.
Thank you, Council President. My first amendment is it's a group of amendments, but it's in the general. I would like to move to amend the budget to decrease hospitalization across the board 2%. I do have the breakdowns of each and every department of what that would be. It would be a total savings to the city of $221,307.54. I'll defer to the legal or finance, the budget auditor ask whether or not I should break it down by department or if this is sufficient.
Can we do this amendment like we did the 3% raise?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So that-
Second,
Yeah, we could do it similar to the way we did the payroll adjustment.
Thank you.
The one thing I'd like to mention though is that, you know, 6 million of the $7 million one-time adjustment is to correct our funding for hospitalization over several years. This would again put us back behind the 8 ball if at this point we're assuming that 10% would cover the increase for next year, and now we're bringing it back down 2%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Igo. Do we have a second on the motion? Oh, we did have a second. Okay, under discussion, Councilman Riley, it's your amendment if you want to go first.
Thank you. Yes. And I appreciate Mr. Igo's response. However, the numbers that are in here are based on a formula, is my understanding from budget Auditor DeMayo. And even using that formula, it's a gamble. And the exact number from this formula is not necessarily what we're going to pay. It's an assumption. It's a guess. So to say that if we drop it down 2%, we're automatically behind the 8 ball is actually not factually true. Is that correct? It could be if the claims are there, but that's not true, is it?
You're correct, Councilman. It's all based on the number of claims we received.
Thank you. And since the formula in and of itself is a gamble, in speaking to Auditor DeMayo, a 1% or 2% either way is not a large enough to make it any more risky or less risky. It does put a little bit back into the structural deficit. And like I said, it's a gamble either way. This is a way that we can take a slight measured risk at 2%. And it affects certain departments, $600, $800, some bigger, the larger ones. But all in all, I think this is a measured risk. And in years like this, it's our job to take those risks. So that's what I'm putting out there, and I hope I have support.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Renzulli.
I would just like to say that I'm a little torn on this because it definitely is a risk and we might end up with a bigger problem than we have. But that being said, it goes through healthy year. For a healthy year, this one is going to be healthier than last one because more people are vaccinated. There's less people in the crowding the hospitals. I would assume that those claims should be lower. Granted, more people could have babies, more people could get cancer. We don't know. But I think that it seems like a calculated, conservative risk to take, and it would help with the deficit. So I'm in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. I will not be in support of this amendment, this motion this evening, because historically speaking, and Mr. Igo pointed this out, we have been way off in projections. So I think it's fiscally irresponsible to take that kind of a risk, given that the financial projections have historically been under. So I don't want to further that now by adding a 2% reduction so that we're further behind the 8 ball. In addition, with the respected estimates of the auditors, the finance departments with the hospitalization number, given even my line of work, I see tons of medical records and bills. Those expenses are going up. They're not going down. So I would not be comfortable in making that reduction. I don't think it's fiscally responsible projection. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Fails 5-4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next, this is something that in searching through the budget, overtime has a stranglehold on us. The millions and millions of dollars that we put into overtime, I understand a lot of it's contractual. And I do understand that it's been a fight that the elected officials have been having for generations. But just because some people weren't successful and weren't able to get it under control, doesn't mean we should shy away from the battle. And like I said, it's just running rampant, and the amount that it is just not fair to the taxpayers. When it's set up this way with certain state laws and contracts, how they are, it is very difficult. But it's going to take a strong administration to provide oversight. But I will be introducing an ordinance soon to create an overtime task force to review the departments on a monthly basis, provide insight to the administration, and to bring light to the issue. This is a huge financial burden in the city, and we need to make sure for the taxpayers that it's done in the light of day. So if overtime is going to be this much, we need to know exactly why, not just general propositions, but specifics: who, what, where, why, and when, and how this overtime was incurred. And if we can't change it, we can certainly let the people know about it. And that's what the purpose of this is. So tonight, I am making an amendment to decrease overtime in the amount of 10% across the board in each department. That would be a savings to the city of $703,280. I'm sure that scares some people. I'm sure some departments will just say, oh, we'll go over it anyway. But you know what? We got to try. And through doing this and possibly having a board to oversee this, and people have to answer for it for once, then maybe we can start to get this in line. Even if we can't get over the contractual or the state laws that allow a lot of overtime, we have to do what we can, because we're bleeding. The city will never be in good financial shape if we have numbers like this in overtime. It's just, the taxpayers are not getting a fair shake on this. So that's why I'm moving to reduce overtime 10%, and that's it.
Thank you, Councilman Riley. On the discussion? Seeing none, Councilmember Diane.
I agree with a lot of what Councilman Riley just brought up. I'm just wondering about, in terms of the budget, so would every overtime line item be reduced by 10%? Is that essentially what we would do? Okay. In totality, through the chair to the finance department, do we have a figure of, projected 22, what overtime was allocated and how it's running? I guess because
we don't have the numbers readily available as you asked the question, and I don't mean to pick on fire. In fact, we're speaking with the fire representatives, have been terrific, and they're concerned about it as well. But mathematically, just to give perspective, the budget right now is calling for just fire, $5.5 million. We're probably running at the rate of maybe 6 million to 6 million 4. I think it's be a Herculean task to just get down to the budget of 5.5 million as it is. Much of that is a result of, and we're analyzing it, a result of overtime required to fill engine on duty personnel and minimum manning requirements. To get down to $5 million in that particular department, I think it's going to be beyond Herculean. That's the number that's fresh off my mind because we've been speaking with the fire representatives. As to other departments, perhaps there could be one of the measures the mayor wants to institute. I'll say to certain departments would be overtime needs to be approved or try to avoid overtime. But if we have to pave the roads, pardon me, if we have to plow the roads, oftentimes you need overtime because of the way the storms go. So to say we could cut that would be, again, very difficult. So I would just advise, I think it's very difficult given those couple of examples, but certainly other departments that maybe we could control better. That will probably be one of the edicts the mayor is going to have, is needing approval and justification where it's controllable beyond dealing with those departments. But I think I just mentioned two departments. And certainly another department is going to be police. Whereas if there's investigations, you need to send the personnel out to do the homicide investigations and whatever investigations they need to have. So I think it'd be very difficult to achieve from a management perspective.
Just to follow up on the original question, we had budgeted $6.2 million, and to date, we've spent 6.9.
Thank you, directors. Councilmember Donegan, do you want to follow up on your comment?
Yeah, so I wholeheartedly agree with what Councilman Riley is saying. I just worry that reducing that number and then reducing, presumably the relief rep. It's and I don't mean this as a slight in any way. It's great in idea, but if systems aren't changed that are going to reduce over time and all the same systems are still in place, I don't see how it's going to change. We might have changed, we might change the number of the budget, but in reality, I'm not sure that it's actually going to be reduced. So I'd love to work. I'm sure the whole council would be to find ways to put those systems in place, and let's do that. Purposes of the budget tonight, I'm sure it would be realistic.
Thank you. See all your hands up. Councilmember Renzulli's next.
I'm just wondering, would it be more feasible and realistic to maybe take public safety departments out of this? Fire, police, who have minimum manning, a lot of after hours work. And literally we need them at all 24 hours a day. Whereas other departments perhaps could work on better scheduling, some kind of efficiency systems so that their overtime is reduced at this time. We're asking for it. They try. Otherwise, I feel like this will be like an artificial reduction because we know they're going to go over. But if we remove them, I think it's a lot more feasible. And then we go from there. It's just I don't know. I'm just saying it out loud.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go right down the line. Councilmember Ferry.
Yes, until we could see a pattern of improvement that would lead to a 10% reduction, I don't think that putting in a 10% reduction for budget purposes just to get to a number we're trying to get to is sufficient. But if we saw a pattern that led to it being 10% at one point, then we could progress into that direction. But I agree with Director Moretti. It's too risky of a number to put in there. And then what happens if it doesn't happen? Then we're $1 million short or $750,000 short. So I would agree to some money being allocated in reduction, but I think 10% is just a number we're throwing in there just to achieve a number that we're trying to get to. And I don't think that that's responsible.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just real quick, Rosalba, who seconded this motion? Just for record keeping. Who seconded, Council?
I don't have a second. I don't think anyone seconded.
Did Councilwoman Renzulli, did you second it? Okay, so Councilmember Riley made the motion, Councilmember Renzulli seconded. Okay, Councilmember Vargas, thank you.
Yes, thank you. To Councilman Riley, if do you mind explaining how you got to the 10% or not? Why not any other number? Just kind of curious how that you got to that. Because I do echo the sentiments also of Council Member Donegan, and having whether it's some sort of commission or task force with the assumption that they're going to actually meet and having the right people and being able to actually identify and have almost like a checks and balance at the same time, but also that structure, whether it's public safety, but also even to Director Moretti's point on the Teamsters and laborers as well, in terms of like the plowing and everything else along those lines. So just curious, how'd you get to that 10?
So I looked at it a couple of different ways. One is breaking down the status quo of what we have here. Everything, it's just an excuse. Oh, it's just generalities like we just heard. Oh, it's IOD, it's this. I want to hear specifics, because we've been hearing the same things for 20 years and it's just, there's no specifics to it. So where does that start? Does it start at the budget? Maybe not. Maybe tonight's not the night to do that. But that we have to start the process somewhere. So my thinking was starting here. I feel 10,000 is the most we could possibly go, but I wanted to start a conversation. Any reduction to this, I think sends the right message to the taxpayer, whether it's 5%, 2%, 3%. I wanted to start a conversation and say enough is enough. And tonight we're going to start changing the systems. We're not going to do the same thing every year that we do all the time. Change the status quo. And that's what I'm here to start that conversation tonight. I would be more than open to amendments such as Councilwoman Renzulli's. I do think while the emergency services are much different in this category than some of the other ones, we do have to have them out there. I think there is room for improvement. So if we are going to lower it, I'm open to something, but these aren't arbitrary numbers and there is no number I'm looking to get to. I'm looking to stand up for the taxpayers, and overtime is outrageous and I'm here to stand up for it. So whether I picked 10%, 9%, 8%, 7%, it's a conversation that needs to be had, and tonight's the night I'm having it.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. It is a good conversation to have, and it's been expressed, tonight from all the council members who have spoken on this thus far, that everybody's in agreement that overtime would be a great savings to the city if we could reduce that in some way. And call me crazy, but as we're sitting here, I'm just bewildered because we have department heads, we have a director of personnel. No disrespect, Mr. Perillo does a good job, but why aren't we starting there? Why? That's the part I don't understand. Why we need a task force. There is nothing prohibiting those discussions from already having taken place. And we don't need a board to do that. Part of the problem why we are where we are is because we're spending more than we need to. Why can't we use the resources that we have to combat the problem? And that's what I would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. You all brought up some great points tonight. I'd like to see that number without public safety at just 5%, just out of curiosity what that would be. Minus a public safety, or even your 10% number minus public safety. Councilmember Renzulli, wow.
While he's doing that, I was just curious, Director Perillo or Director Moretti, is there some kind of accountability system when departments go over their overtime or go over anything else for that matter? I'm just a problem. I'm just wondering what.
The accountability lies with the department head to approve the overtime. In the case of the fire department, there is minimum manning. So they don't have to per se ask approval of the fire chief because it's a given and it's a structure that's in place that requires it. That is the answer. As we said, for some of the departments, I think we from the third floor, we're going to take, as I indicated earlier, we're going to be taking a more proactive approach to the overtime. But do have to mention too, Parks and Recreation is an example. You could say it's a non-safety services department, but there's X number of people throughout the year employed. But in the springtime and the summertime, getting fields prepared, playgrounds, you oftentimes have to give them overtime to get out because there's too much work to do at once with that workforce. You can't hire people seasonally. So there are seasonal overtime hours that are being paid to these people, unless we all collectively would like to see maybe certain playgrounds done at a certain time. And maybe some will be done in April, some May, some in June. We could stagger that as an example. Snowstorms, I think we have a hard job with staggering that. But no, we are taking a look to Council Marino's point, and that's what we are beginning to do. And we have a We already have quite a list of things to begin to streamline city government, and that's one of them. And it's a work in process right now. But it's not just to say, it's non-essential services, if you will, or non-safety services departments. We have to determine quality. Do we want, an example is, do you want the fields prepared for the youth sports in time for their sports? Or do you want to, we could stagger it and lay it out and have shorter spring and summer seasons. Those are challenges, those are management challenges. But I think, yes, we could, third floor is going to start reviewing things closer relative to overtime.
Thank you. Let's get back to the amendment at hand. Did you have any, Councilmember Jermaine?
Thank you, Council President. I have a question. One of the reason of overtime is short of staff. That's the first reason. My question is, what policy or procedure the department head can put in place to work on shortage of staff? So if we have more staff, is that going to outweigh the amount of money we spend on overtime?
Director?
It is always that balance. It's having that staff versus the overtime. You're correct. More staff certainly would eliminate overtime, but obviously there's so many other costs associated by having further staffs. It's determining what is the optimal point.
So we said like $5 million. So if you have like, how many staff 5 million can give you?
It's more how many staff out that's not working. It will determine that. And by way of example, there may be fires, by the way. They say there's an event that happens and the firefighters have to respond due to a large fire. That's going to be overtime. But when it comes to the minimum manning, and when if someone calls out sick, that requires someone to come in and be paid overtime.
So what happened in the shift? For example, if you used to have in a shift 5 people and you add in that same shift 7 people, and out of 7, if 2 people call out, you still have managed, you leverage on that shift. Is that something we can work on?
We can have floaters and increase that. But I think we have to get convinced to make sure that overtime will be eliminated if you have those floaters, that they won't be calling out sick. It's a good question, it's a good challenge, but it's not an easy solution on a very practical basis.
It's certainly a balance too, Councilwoman, with if you hire more people, then you have the benefits and the benefits outweigh the overtime, et cetera. You know, it's certainly a challenge and a balance, like the director said. So.
And from what Council Wiley had, will be a Band-Aid on the issue. So we cannot, one of the things we always do is put Band-Aid. So we need to find ways to go to the root cause of the problem. And that's where we start, and I agree with Councilwoman Marino, that has to come with the personnel department. So that's where we need to start. And also one thing, I don't know if legal will agree with me, often when we have a head department come before us, they always say they're not working for us. So I don't know how we can really, unless that change, because that's the impression I always have. Anytime a head of department come here, the way they talk to us, they're not working for us. They're working for the mayor. So I don't know how you go into talk about the board, and unless you are the mayor or you have more power, or we all don't have, because I don't see how you're gonna make this realistic.
If I can just respond, Mr. President, I don't have any more power than anyone else in here, but if we take a look at the actual code, there are a number of boards that answer to the city that we put together, such as your diversity board. So no, I do not have any more power than you. I do not have the same power as the mayor. I don't know even what that is coming from, but yes, we have all set up boards before to help the taxpayers of the city. So that's what I will be doing again.
Well, let's stick to the amendment at hand. Any more comments on your amendment to cut 10% across the board?
Through the council president.
Yes.
A response to your question, if you take out police and fire, the total adjustment would go to 33,280 at 10% and 16,640 at 5%.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Councilmember Vargas.
I just want to state again for the record, that while I definitely, I can't support this the way it's tonight, but I definitely support having that conversation as we move forward. And hopefully it just doesn't, die tonight. I really look forward to seeing what we can all bring together to the table and work collaboratively to make sure that we work on the efforts that you've brought up before us this evening. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'm going to call for a roll. There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll on Councilman Riley's motion.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. 8-1 failed. 1-8.
All right, and then next, and this is a tough one. This shouldn't even be on our table. And it's unfortunate that at the 11th hour, it was put on our table. But again, nothing I've done in looking at this, I look at this black and white. The finances has nothing to do with people. Everybody's deserving of everything, but unfortunately this year, we just don't have the money. And for this specific amendment, we're going into our ARPA funds to give to an entity that has their own relief funds. So I'm going to be moving to make an amendment in group 1800, the school system, line item 59,000, additional city appropriation, and move to amend that from 1 million to $0.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second under discussion. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. There are a lot of people that ought in this city. Well, and I'm not sure, and I don't mean this as any slight to any other department in the city. I'm not sure that there's any people in the city that do more with less than the people that are a part of our school system. And I have serious concerns about how this could affect programming, could ultimately affect the youth in our city through that. And for that reason, I would strongly encourage voting against this amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Jermaine.
thank you, Council President. This is saddening me to see we really want to touch upon school budget. I didn't expect that at all. They don't have enough. They don't. They are struggling. So you want to put it at 0 for the children of Kingston? Unconscionable, really. So I will not be voting for this amendment. We need more money for this, for the school, not removing what they asked for.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other Councilmember discussions? Councilmember Renzulli.
Thank you. I think the issue is here a lot to do with the system. We were just talking about systems and how this goes, where we have to, this department is extremely important. I think almost everyone on this committee is either a parent or a grandparent or a teacher. So we all love children, and we all care about education. But unfortunately, the way that this process works, we give the schools a certain amount of money, and then we are no longer involved in what happens with it until the next year when they come back. And I'm just commenting now, I'm not going one way or the other. I don't think that to make this amendment, I think it was purely fiscal, has nothing to do with caring about schools or not caring about schools. The school department factually has over $3 million in a rainy day fund that they don't actually need to have by law, and they could dip into that if they wanted to. I'm not saying that the schools don't deserve more. I also agree that we don't have more. We don't have it for this, we don't have it for that. We're kind of going back and forth. It's not to say that the schools aren't important. On top of the fact that $1 million to the schools this year is another $1 million to the schools every year forever. $1 million to Parks and Rec this year. Next year, we don't have to give them $1 million again if we don't want to, or if they came into, very high receipts that year. So I just want that to be noted that I love the schools. I have 3 kids in Cranston Public Schools. It's just a hard way to do this. It's not like any other department that at the end of the year, when they have a surplus, they give the money back or it gets spread around to fill other holes. And I think that that's unfortunate. I just don't want the appearance to be that anyone who has to make a hard decision says, this year you have $3 million, you have ESSER funds. We love you and respect you, but try and figure this out. Just like we have to figure it out. They're not a bad person. Just like no one is against diversity and inclusion if they don't vote to fund the Diversity Commission. We're all good people. We're all trying to do the best for Cranston. So let's just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Any other discussion? Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you. This is definitely a hard one because as Councilman Renzulli said, yes, we're either parents, grandparents, or educators. And so in one way, shape, or form, we've obviously interacted with the school department. I have 2 kids in the public school department here in Cranston. And while I know times are extremely tough and there's that maintenance of effort that we would then have to be obligated to actually do. It's tough because yes, we all have heard there's ESSER funds that have come in. We're hearing there's possible rainy day fund, a dollar amount. I'm not too sure whether there is or there really isn't right now off the top of my head based on the last, when they came before us, the school department came before us. And it's $1 million. So what I would also, though, not like, what I would not want to see is having program cuts. And while I believe the ESSER funds, I think will be able to cover some of it, because I think they might have been utilized in that way at some point. And I'm not sure what that meant as far as it came in the last hour. I'm not sure you meant by then today, right now. Oh, okay. Okay, in the budget. I didn't even know it came in. It was added in the budget within the last hour. But either way, I can't. I'm looking out at what's the best interest for the city, for our residents. The fact that yes, we are right now, the budget before us has a tax increase that's being proposed. Funds that are being utilized at our the American Rescue Plan. And obviously we're having these amendments. I cannot right now. I want to be able to go home and rest my head in the pillow tonight and know that I made the right decision. And I know that sometimes those are tough. and I'm trying to really roll my sleep up as high as I can. But I can't support this evening. I'm probably gonna get hit one way or the other politically. I think we all will at one point or the other, whether it's stuff we agree or disagree. And this has certainly been, this is really tough. They're all tough amendments tonight, but this was definitely a tough one, and we all know who's gotten a lot of money, but I can't vote to amend this line item and reduce it to 0 this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Any other discussion from council members? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Vargas,
This is to amend it to 0, right? Right?
The motion is to 0.
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Campiano,
No.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Pascalis.
No. Failed 7-2. Any other amendments?
That is it for me. Thank you.
Any other amendments from anybody else? Oh, council member Vargas.
Yes, thank you. I actually had a question for Director Igo on the revenue side, which is on the there's two line items. One of them is on the, I'd like to know where we are to date right now in terms of revenue as far as the election inspections permit 42162. And I don't know if I have to wait to say the other one, but I am looking into 42161 as well on the plumbing permits.
Plumbing permits,
I'll start off with plumbing permits, 42161 under 1111, Department of Inspections.
we had budgeted $275,000. To date, we've collected 240.
Thank you. And on the election inspections permit,
On the electrical permits, we had budgeted $175,000 and we've collected $145,000.
145 on the election, on the, sorry, electric, I'm sorry, inspection permits. Okay. Would you feel comfortable at all? Do you anticipate, given the fact, going to the plumbing permits, that the fact that the current budget that we're in at that 225, you're saying we're at 245, correct? Would you feel comfortable? Let me break. Right, so we're at 240 with the building permit. And that's third quarter, correct? Or is that like right to date?
Sorry,
Is that right to the third quarter? Or is that to date?
to date.
To date? Do you anticipate having that? I would assume any additional revenue coming in between now and the end of the fiscal year, correct?
Yes, there should be some.
Do you, would you feel comfortable increasing in that revenue for FY '23 from 225, at least 250?
And 250 looks like it would be reasonable.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to put a motion before us to increase the revenue side of Group 1111 on the plumbing permits 42161 from 225,500 increase it by 24,500. Can I do both line items at once, or does that have to be one at a time? So that is a motion.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley, Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Thank you. And then the motion of that 24.5 from plumbing permits 42161 group 1111 under Department of Inspection be allocated towards the APRA funds.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? There being none. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley, Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council
Yes.
President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Thank you. And then the electric inspection permits, I apologize, Director Igo, you said currently we are at how much?
Of the 175, we've collected 145.
All right, and so we allocate, and it's 160 was submitted. Do you foresee us even hitting that 160?
It'd be very close if we hit it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other amendments or questions?
Good for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you. I would like to make an amendment to increase the revenue for Group 1603, Senior Services, Social Services, line 47120. I would like to amend that line item to be $40,000. That would be a change of 18,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second under discussion. Councilmember Donegan.
It's currently running 145% to the 22 budget. So the 40,000 is closer to what it's running this year.
Okay. Any comments from anybody?
I believe Director Craddock told us that that was a grant. So I don't know if the grant was actually reduced to come into that amount. So, you know, if we do increase it, we'd be taking a risk. That's all.
Does anybody remember if it was a grant or not?
Can you repeat the group number, please?
1603. And if that's the case, that if it's a grant, I'll withdraw the motion. Thank you, Director.
I thought the,
Do we,
sorry.
does anybody look up to see if that is a grant? If not, we're going to move on or take a roll on that. Councilmember Vargas.
Sorry, is that the, you're not referring to the 75,000, I'm sorry, talking 1603 under senior services. Social service? Okay, I'm unfamiliar with that one, so I can't give you a concise response.
Councilmember Donegan, what's your, well, Director Moretti to save the day.
Well, I'm not sure if I did or not, or Director Craddock. I have a notation from him that we lost a grant this year, and that's why that number's down. So that does represent grants, but we did not get the grant of a higher amount.
Can you use your microphone, Councilmember?
I will withdraw the motion.
Thank you. The motion has been withdrawn. Are there any other motions or amendments on the budget this evening? Councilmember Renzulli.
I just have a question. We're doing the capital budget too, right?
Yes, capital budget is,
Same time, right?
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to remove the Budlong Pool modernization out of the capital budget and just put it back to the bond, I guess, if that's how you do it. No, how do we do it?
I think you just remove it.
To remove it. That was apparently it did not go through the proper channels to get here. And I do believe we're going to use grant funding for whatever happens to the opening of this pool. So I think we should remove it if we're not following the charter. Thank you.
Do we have a second? Do we for discussion? Need a second.
Second for discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Donegan. Floor is yours, Councilmember. If you have, do you have your hand up or no?
Through the chair to the administration, does the administration have a position on what was said that evening regarding the charter and how it pertains to this proposal?
We asked, I forgot if it was our solicitor. We asked our solicitor, I forgot what one. It may have been Malay or Rawson, but they did concur that that was improperly submitted. It was submitted after the planning commission approved the capital, but the recommendations for the capital budget. So I think it would be unfortunately proper to take it out.
Thank you, Director. Any other comments? Councilmember Renzulli.
I just have a question. I don't really know to who. If it's not, can that project still happen even if it's not in this budget, if we get grant money? This is a separate kind of question.
I think they have to, I'll let legal answer it.
Oh, yes, legal, that's great.
I'm not sure that the source of funding matters. It's a question of the project being approved by planning and being part of a budget. Money's going to come from somewhere, right?
I just meant, do we have to wait all the way till next, but I'm just curious if we have to wait all the way to
I
next
leave it to
budget
the- I
season.
leave it to the administration.
Okay.
At this last Friday, working closely with Senator Reed's, we don't know if we're going to be getting the grant. Working very, very closely with our grant writer and Senator Reed's chief of staff and the chief of staff of Senator Representative Langevin and Senator Whitehouse. They're pushing very hard to get us $2.8 million, but that's going to have to go through their process. I could not tell you one way or the other if we will be receiving it, but we would know later this year. That's when it would be expected to hear it. But at this present time, we don't know or nor have the funding for it.
I apologize, Mr. Reddy. I don't think my question was clear. I was just wondering if outside of the budget, we still have the ability to accomplish this project, however we find the money.
It would be outside the budget would be going to the voters, I believe, with the proposed referendum for the pool. If we can get it on the ballot, and if it's approved, it could be done that way this year. I think that's another alternative or another vehicle.
I'm just trying to steer the ship back onto if it's improperly in the budget, because it's getting late. So I'll take the roll on, Councilmember Marino.
So I just want to be clear from the administration. So it's the administration's position that was improperly placed on the capital budget because it didn't receive planning approval before being placed on there. in accordance with the charter. Is that correct?
Correct. It was unknowingly put on there in violation. Did not realize it, didn't get advice on that timely. But probably more importantly, the real answer is we did not have that pool assessment done in time for the planning commission to consider, to submit it, in the recommendations came forth after that process was over.
And to be clear, the desire is still to open the pool to some extent, albeit it's not going to necessarily occur this year. Is that correct?
I heard the first part of it. Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Albeit, but for the legality of putting it on the capital budget, the intent of the administration is to open the pool if going through other proper channels, correct?
Two things. It is not in the current budget. Second of all, there's so many public safety concerns. I think it's very doubtful if the pool will be opened for the safety of the children that might be using it.
Kind of veering off the question in front of us again. Just want to keep it on the tracks.
I just, I think you misunderstood, and I apologize if you did. The intent is to restore the pool at some point. It's just this technicality that we would have to vote it down this evening so that we're all on the same page. Is
The
that correct?
administration's position is to modernize that pool, at least to get it up to speed and have it reopened as soon as possible.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Yep.
So just to clarify, Council Member Riley just walked in. There's a motion on the floor to remove the Budlong pool from the capital budget because it was improperly placed in there through the planning process. It skipped the planning process. So that's what's before us. There's no other discussion on this. Councilmember Donegan?
Just curious, the 1.5 million though, where that number is significantly lower than what we got in the feasibility report. I know it was put in here kind of towards the end, but where did that number come from?
It was just a rough guess, speaking with Director Mason at the time, prior to having the complete feasibility report, which we received, I believe, a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks ago, which so was submitted prior to that. Amount was determined or estimated prior to the full evaluation from that architectural engineering firm. So that number was higher than I think anyone estimated what it would be.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Peppers.
Yes, just to be clear, we violated the charter. It opens us up to a lawsuit. So
What just happened?
this was a vote to,
I know, I put it in. I just don't understand. I don't understand what happened.
a yes was to remove the Budlong pool from the capital budget because it was improperly before us to make the budget legit. So
The budget now not legit?
there's something in there that goes against the charter.
If I may, can we do a motion to reconsider since I was in the prevailing vote of the majority? And
Yes,
I will
that's
save us
appropriate.
from suit,
That's appropriate.
Thank you.
if we may.
Second.
A motion, a second to reconsider. A yes is to reconsider the previous motion if this passes. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Peppers.
Yes, so now we are reconsidering the previous motion, which was to remove the Budlong pool from the capital budget. A yes would be to remove it. A no would be to keep it in the budget. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, thank you, everyone. All right. For the advice of legal counsel, I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess, strict 5 minutes. So if anybody has to use the restroom, we'll come back and I'll ask her if there are any more amendments. All right, 5 minutes tops. Council members, if we can head back to our seats, we will get back at it. Dominic, can we, kidding. I'm just kidding. Love you, Dominic. All right, we are back from recess. So I will call again if there are any more amendments. If not, we'll head on to finish up this night. Any more amendments from any council members? Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. General question related to the capital improvement budget. The just approximately $40,000 in this year's, well, 38 and change now that Bud Long has been removed. What will that do to the debt service for fiscal year 24? How much will that go up?
It's a great question. Mr. Igo, did you hear that? Do you want to repeat it?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat it?
Of course. How much the capital budget for fiscal year 23, how much will that impact the debt service for fiscal year 24?
Depending on how much we actually go and borrow, even though there's a capital budget, if we don't actually borrow, then there's no increase. But based on what we borrow, you could figure 4% for a half a year. So if we borrowed $6 million, that would be $240,000 for a half a year.
The pool itself.
Oh, is it the pool you're just talking about? So it all depends on how much we actually go out to borrow.
Yeah, in the past, there have been capital projects that are in there and they just never happen. So we don't go about to bond on them. Thank you. Councilmember Marino.
I'll make another motion this evening and like to amend the capital budget to remove the turf field installation at Cranston Stadium. Also, the turf installation at Cranston West Baseball and the Fay Baseball Field. I believe those are all the turf field installations.
Councilmember, can you list those amounts?
Second.
We have a second, just for anybody watching on YouTube or on Zoom.
Sure. Again, this is a motion to amend the capital budget to remove the, I think my mic doesn't always work, I apologize. The Cranston West, or excuse me, the Fay Baseball Field, turf field installation, the Cranston Stadium Baseball synthetic turf installation, and the Cranston West Baseball synthetic turf installation. That's my motion this evening.
Thank you. Do we have the amounts on those, Councilwoman?
Sure. The amounts are for Fay Baseball Field, $650,000. Cranston Stadium Baseball Turf Installations, $425,000. And Cranston West Baseball is $500,000.
Thank you very much. And we have a second on that. Any
Second.
discussion? Councilmember Renzulli?
This is a question for the administration, whoever could answer it. I'm just wondering, was there any calculations done on the installation of turf and the return on that investment based on how much it costs to maintain those fields to adequate levels now? I know, I forget which one. I have a friend who's always complaining about how wet it is there and the games get canceled, and then it, you know, that does affect revenue and the use of the field. I'm just wondering if we have any data on that, because it's really hard to justify doing this if we don't know that it's actually going to have long-term benefits. Thank you.
Mr. Moretti? Do you have an answer on the ROI on the turf fields for the future?
There may be, I don't have such analysis or ROI analysis. I bet Mr. Tasalia may have something, but it hasn't been provided to me.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on this?
Just briefly, the basis for this is, again, we just don't have the money, and to have, it's a total of $1,575,000. To spend that kind of money, then to maintain it, the debt that's going to be incurred for trying to pay this off. It's much more efficient to run on just good old grass. So that's where I'm coming from. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Council Vice President Ferry.
To President, can I ask him, if that were to go out to bond, what is it normally, a 20-year bond? All right, so my research shows that turf would last 12 to 15 years. So we're going to spend $1.5 million on turf that in 15 years, we're going to have to replace, and we'll still have 5 years left to pay on it. So I would be not voting in favor. I would be voting in favor of taking that off the capital budget.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'll just say that I'll be supporting this tonight. I do wish the Fay Field lights were separate from the turf, because I do agree that the light should be a Fay Field. I used to coach at Cranston East, and if that can come back to us in some type of other proposal, I'll absolutely support it. But just the fact that it's looped in with the turf, and if you do turf these fields, they're another asset that we have to lock up and keep away from the children at certain times, because you just have to protect your investment. So I'll be voting for this. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Any other amendments this evening? I'll ask 2 more times. Any other amendments this evening? Any other amendments this evening? I see none. All right, so here's what we'll do. We have 4 items we have to pass. We're going to do them one at a time. After we do the first one on the operating budget, I'll give everybody an opportunity to say their piece on the budget in a closing remark, or not even a closing remark, just say, if you have anything to add, just add it. Then I will call the roll on all 4 separately. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you. It's not an amendment per se. It's a question on the overall budget, if it's appropriate to ask now.
Sure.
What is the city's current rainy day fund?
Thank you. Do we have that answer? 1 second.
Current rainy day fund for the general fund is $14,478,645. That's of the auditors of June 30th, 2021.
Thank you.
Can you please repeat that number again?
$14,478,645.
Councilmember Donegan.
My understanding is that according to the charter, the rainy day fund has to be 5% of the city's overall budget. I know that, so going into tonight, that would have been about 16.5 million. I know that we've changed it a little bit. I don't think it's changed that much. So would the budget as here before us, if passed, violate the charter? Because it's not. The proposed budget doesn't allocate or take into account the necessary movements into the rainy day fund to meet charter requirement.
Yeah, council member, we also had that auditor general decision that I think came into play with the pilot money. That'll take a year to catch up. So I don't know if we're there yet. So that's a question to ask too as well. That might give us the boost to get back up to that 5% or near it.
The pilot, the one-time prior period adjustment was $4.8 million. That overnight, by making an accounting adjustment without any operations, yes, had a negative effect on the surplus, the fund balance by 14 million, negative impacted negatively by $4.8 million. That's not easily resolved, but that's just the bean counters.
Does that come back once we get the next appropriation of pilot money?
No, that was offset was many years ago. There was an adjustment in how the accounting was a decade ago, 2 decades ago, but 20, 30 years ago, that there was a one-time adjustment that was made, and then the state changed the way that they did their accounting. And then the Auditor General wanted the city to follow suit and kind of was in a bind to follow generally accepted accounting principles. So an accounting adjustment was made to reverse what had previously been done due to the state accounting. So they kind of forced Cranston to be in line with the state accounting, but had certainly beyond the control of anybody.
Thank you, Director. Councilmember Donegan.
So just so I can write this down, I apologize. The current rainy day fund is how much?
14,478,645.
And the current proposed budget total is what? With the amendments?
329,639,165.
329,6.
39,165.
Okay, so we're about $2 million short of getting it to the 5% requirement by charter. The rainy day fund is $2 million short by charter. So where and how in the budget are we supposed to do that to get this to a place that we can pass this budget? Because as of right now, we can't pass this budget.
I disagree with that statement. There is a provision for just coming out of a pandemic. I don't think we have to have that I want it to be 5%. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think we have to have it at 5% tonight. And I don't know if we'll find $2 million in cuts. You know? Mr. Igo, the way I was always taught about the rainy day fund, where they're looking something up, that it was a revolving amount, that it changes month to month. Are we going to trend back up when we get pilot money in a few months? Will that number go up a few $1 million, or is that 14 million what's there? Because it was always.
It changes every year with the results of operations. So if we had a $2 million surplus this year, we'd be back to 16 million.
Do we have a $2 million surplus this year?
We don't right now, but it's still, we don't close the books until the end of September. At that time, we'll have a better understanding where the year is going to end.
Just for everybody here, they're looking up the charter provision right now to give us.
Maybe
some
we should
clarity.
consider suspending the council rules, given it's past
Yeah.
midnight.
I want to take a motion to suspend council rules because we're past midnight.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. So we suspended the rules and they're conferring and we'll have something in a second. Thank you all for your patience. All right, we're ready with some legal opinions at 12:08.
So section 6.20 talks about the rainy day fund, right? I'm going to read it to you so you can all hear it and then we can talk about it. The city shall maintain an undesignated fund balance, quote, rainy day fund, which shall at a minimum be equal to 5% of the city's annual operating budget. No appropriation, allotment, or expenditure shall be made which would cause the year-end undesignated fund balance to go below 5% of the city's annual operating budget, except for an unanticipated non-recurring expenditure or revenue loss arising from an emergency involving the health, safety, or property of the residents of the city of Cranston. Such an appropriation that would cause the amounts in the year-end undesignated fund balance to go below 5% of the city's annual operating budget shall be made upon the written recommendation of the mayor and approved by the affirmative votes of at least 2/3 of the entire city council. So I think if you were to consider the prospect that the pandemic has caused an emergency in the health, safety, and welfare of the city, which, you know, we've been in the throes of that for a while. The mayor or his designee, I suppose, could make a recommendation that the council vote, you know, in 2/3 to go below. It's possible. That's how I look at it. Now, with that said, you've got to come up with a plan to get the 5%.
Thank you, Solicitor. I think, you know, after hearing that opinion, I think we have to pass the budget tonight. I think we put it on the Finance Committee agenda that we work on a plan to get back to the 5%. We obviously are just coming out of a pandemic. We had some decisions that the Auditor General brought down on us that also hurt the rainy day balance. So I think we need to move forward and we'll get back to it. I have no doubt about that. Unless we find $2 million in cuts right now, I don't know where you're gonna get it from.
Council President,
Yes,
just a quick clarifying question. Given that one of the items put in by the administration to pay that one-time 6 million to the health insurance fund, given that it was done not separate with ARPA funds, but through the budget, that creates a one-time expense that brings us from, I believe, 325 million to 331 million, which in effect, we have to take our 5% from that 331 rather than the 325. So that hurts us. When this money could have been separated out and still spent in the exact same way. So that's hurting us. Maybe that's something that can be considered. I don't know. But yeah, I was actually on the Charter Review Commission when that was written. And we were serious when we wrote it. It wasn't something that can just be, fluffed off. And in my opinion, I think I took it very seriously then, and I take it seriously now. It's important to our bond ratings. It's important to our fiscal stability and our fiscal health. So the fact that we're not meeting it means collectively something went wrong, and we're all to blame for that. So we got to find a way to make it right, in
so
my
what you,
opinion.
I hear what you're saying there, Councilman. So the 6-time, one-time from opera, the 6 million one time, we're just talking about reducing that to 4 million. So there's the $2 million in cuts and spreading that payment out over a couple of years, which we're allowed to do. And
I
that gets
wasn't
us-
saying that, but that's, not a bad idea. I was trying to understand how much lower we can go, the 5% from that 6 million. So what would the 5% number be from 325 rather than the actual 331, since it's just a one-time expense? But you don't have a bad idea, Council President, to move.
All right, I'm gonna take a 5-minute recess. We have to get an answer to this question. We're gonna have legal talk with the administration. We were done.
I would 6 million to 4 million and move the 2 million to the rainy day fund. And we can figure out how we were supposed to originally appropriate all ARPA funds. Why don't we do it that way?
We come back at 12:19. It's 12:14, 12:19. Let these guys talk for a minute. All right, welcome back. We are out of recess. We went to recess to get the legal minds to get together with the finance minds and get us a legal opinion. So I'm going to pass this to Solicitor Rainey.
So facts are a wonderful thing. So in talking with finance, it would seem that the shortfall, if you will, in the rainy day fund is a result of a change in generally accepted accounting principles as they relate to governmental entities. And in particular, where Cranston was concerned, it was how GAAP characterized the receipt of pilot money. Is that correct? As a result of that, you had to recharacterize that money on your balance sheet. And what was it, how many million? How much? $4.9 million, okay? And as a result of that, it changed the number in the rainy day fund. If you look at, this particular section, you're not making an appropriation allotment or expenditure that does this. Okay, this gap was created, no pun intended, because of GAAP, because of GAAP. And, the state auditor general ordered the balance sheet adjustment for the city of Cranston. That's what happened. So, in talking with Mr. Igo, it would seem that there's going to be a surplus for the fiscal year end. This group needs to think seriously about making sure that that is allocated toward the rainy day fund, okay, when those monies become available. And you've got to put a plan in place to build that fund back up. Now that, but you've not made an appropriation allotment or expenditure that caused this, okay? This is as a result, from what I'm told factually, a direct result of a balance sheet adjustment that was ordered based on how pilot monies were characterized before and how they were characterized based upon a change in GAAP. So, you're not doing something that's illegal. You're not passing a budget that, ignores the rainy day fund or makes no set aside for it. But, and as I recall, when was it that Director Strom told this group of that change? I was here, so it had to be within the last year
It was.
and 5 months.
It was in the FY 21 audit,
Right.
but they did the prior period adjustment, so it wasn't reflected other than on the balance sheet, but it goes back to FY 20.
Right. So it's something that comes in 21 and goes back to 20 as an adjustment.
Right.
Okay. It's not uncommon that these things happen. It just happened. And I think if you recall from the meeting that we had here with Director Strom, and it's 12:30 in the morning, but I'm using my memory and nobody else's. I recall him standing here and talking about it, what it was going to mean. And there wasn't a lot of clarity at that point as to how it was going to hit the rainy day fund. So in speaking with Mr. Igo, it would seem that there's going to be a surplus at fiscal year end in June this year. And, you all have some things to concern yourself with in finance relative to putting a plan in place to restore that money in the rainy day fund. But you've not done anything here necessarily that has caused that fund to dip below 5%. And I'd ask Solicitor Millet, it's 12:30. I certainly don't profess to be at my best, but I feel comfortable with my opinion. And I'd ask him, to weigh in if he thinks it's necessary. And he tells me he concurs. I'll take questions from the council. So you've wrapped your head around a lot in the last 6.5 hours. And This is something to wrap your head around for sure. So,
All right. Thank you, solicitors and finance minds. Seems we can move on. So I will ask one more time. Are there any amendments to the budget? Council member Renzulli.
Sorry.
Use your microphone. Oh,
Group 3800, it's the ice rink. Under program income, we're currently running at 738,311. And we are proposed to do 700,000. I would venture to say that this year, hockey and indoor sports were maybe at 85, 90%. Next year, they'll definitely be at 100. So I would propose to amend that line of program income and make it 750 with an increase of $50,000.
do we have a second? Going once. Do we have a second? Going twice. I'll ask one more time. Do we have a second? Councilmember Donegan seconds it. I see the administrations with both hands up. Do you have something to add to this before we?
Just wanted to mention that we sold the bubble, so that there'll be a decrease in revenue there next year due to that fact. And this is not part of the general fund. That's the only other comment I'd like to make.
Yeah, the ice rink is operated as its own enterprise fund. So it won't affect our operating budget. Their monies pay for themselves.
Okay, then I don't care. Well, I do, but it's not going to help us right now. So
You're gonna withdraw your
I'll
motion?
withdraw my motion. Thank
All
you.
right, excellent. Thank you very much. I'll ask one last time, any amendments? I see none. Closing amendments to the budget. So we need a motion to adopt the amended budget for fiscal year July 1/22 to June 30th, 2023. And the resolution adopting the operating budget and salary schedule for the general fund, the sewer fund, the insurance fund, and the capital budget for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023, and adopting the capital improvement program for the 4 succeeding years as amended tonight. I'll entertain a motion to approve that. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Nobody's going to second the budget.
Second discussion.
Here, a motion and a second under discussion. This is where if you have comments on the budget, you say them, and then we're going to just do these 4 votes and be done tonight. So, Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes, I do believe I had the least microphone time tonight, so you're going to have to listen to me for about 3 minutes. So with a little pressure after some public outcry and complaints from some council people, the administration was successful in getting department directors to cut about $700,000 from their budgets. I salute the effort and the fact that they gave this to Councilwoman Renzulli to amend tonight. However, let's not forget why we're really here. The citizens and businesses of Cranston deserve a responsible budget. A responsible budget is not a partisan issue. The budget that the administration delivered to the council 4 weeks ago was not a responsible budget. Here are the facts. It includes a 6.2% increase in spending. which is $19.5 million. It also has a 2.85% tax increase, and it uses $19.4 million from the ARPA COVID funds. And besides all that, it creates a $12 million structural deficit. The structural deficit is simply when there is a fundamental imbalance of receipts and expenses. This structural deficit will result in taxes being raised for subsequent years to come. Exactly how many is a mystery. When the budget was introduced, a prominent Republican in Cranston, who I will not name, and came before this council and the administration and told us that the budget created a structural deficit. The candidate the mayor attempted to hire as the new finance director basically said the same thing, and our council auditor verified that information to me. Yet the administration for almost a month sat back, council, to solve the problem. Citizens of Cranston, please listen. And now that there's nobody online anymore, the mayor presented a budget to us that was irresponsible. Experts told him this, and nothing got done for a month. They have known for many months that there was going to be a problem, and they expected the council to solve it in just 3 short weeks. We owe the citizens of businesses of Cranston an explanation. Why did we waste the public's time and money having surveys and having public testimony on how to spend the COVID funds when the administration knew all along that they were going to use the money to plug the budget? Show that no surrounding city or town in Rhode Island is using COVID funds and raising taxes. Structural deficit. I am an this budget or any amended budget, and I ask that we need an audit to see just how we got into this position. We have a structural deficit. The mayor gave us a budget that was not responsible. I vote no on anything tonight.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other comments? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to recognize everyone that's stayed on the call this evening, that's joined us in person or that was here. Everyone that has participated throughout any of the meetings, shared input, insights, or recommendations for the council and the administration throughout this process. I'd also like to recognize the time and effort that the administration, all those involved in developing the budget, as well as my 8 colleagues on the council. This is a considerable amount of time that, while not always appreciated, doesn't go unnoticed. And I want you all to know that, you know, despite at times disagreeing on things throughout this process, that I appreciate the effort that you put in service to our city. I care deeply about our city, and I know that all of us do. That's why we're here. It's why, having grown up here, I chose to come back here after college. It's where obviously my wife and I have decided to set our roots and bought our home. And it's why I wanted to get involved. And again, I know that's why all 9 of us are here this evening, 9+. It's a difficult year for everyone, for every municipality. It's been a difficult years for municipalities given the COVID pandemic. And certainly inflation and global markets at the moment are not making anything easier. And that's reflected in the budget. With that said, though, the mayor's budget that was proposed to us is concerning for many of the reasons why my colleague, Councilman Ferry, just pointed out. As presented to us, it had a $12 million deficit, structural deficit, including a 2.85% tax increase. And with that structural deficit, it could result in sub maximum tax increases in the years going forward for 3-4 years, and the additional reliance on COVID relief funds to plug subsequent budget holes. And based on surveys, based on conversations, that's not how our public, our community wants to see those funds spent. This budget uses $19 million of our COVID funds. That's just under half of it. Going to 11.5 roughly after tonight, going towards operating expenditures. 16%, I'm sorry, that's over 50% of the city wanted to see it go towards infrastructure. They wanted to see it go towards parks and open spaces, public recreation, and this doesn't do this. We have a once in a lifetime opportunity to invest in creating a healthier, more resilient Cranston, and I don't think that this expenditure does that. Now, last year, myself and many on the council, we took the mayor at his word that the use of $7.8 million of COVID funds would be a one-time thing due to tax revenue loss. And here we are again this year with, after many of us warned and were concerned about the potential structural deficit, and we're now coming here again, now looking to double down on that amount and use almost 3 times that. Granted, 6 million is going towards, or 7 million is going towards a one-time fee. So with that in mind, I can't support a budget that is going to, in my good conscience, put the city in difficult financial stability in the years going forward. That's going to rely on ARPA funds and waste a once in a lifetime opportunity to seriously improve our city. And that's going to create structural deficits and even put greater financial strains and on the members of our public. And for that reason, I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilmember Renzulli.
Council President, can you just confirm for me that if we do not pass this budget, it goes through as it originally was? Do I have that correct or no?
Yeah,
Is that correct?
yeah, I believe it is correct. If you don't pass the budget tonight, it goes in as presented by the mayor. And all the work we did tonight was for no. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you. The council president just called on me.
But I wasn't done talking, remember that?
Then
All right,
that's
hold on a
fine.
second. Council member, I think you had a point of information on your, do you have a point of information on the question that was raised, Councilmember Donegan?
Yeah, yes. What I was going to say is if that's the case, the council, through your work, our work, collaboration between all 9 of us, have identified over $1 million of places where revenues can be generated, expenditures can be cut. And just because the mayor has $330 million doesn't mean he needs to use it all. All right, we've identified places that we can increase revenue, and he himself and through the administration has identified places where expenditures can be cut. That should be cut and put into the surplus, or raised and put into the surplus. Let's get that number up.
A little more than a point of information there, Councilmember Donegan. Councilmember Renzulli, you have the floor.
Basically, my point in asking that question was, I think that none of us wrote this budget, first of all. I don't think we were involved in the actual process of it. I think most of it was worked on for a very long time by former finance director Bob Strom. He, I believe, retired right before this budget was presented. I know I relied on him heavily last year with answers to questions and seeking his advice if we could raise things, cut things, how it would work. That institutional knowledge cannot be replaced, but we didn't even choose to replace him with anybody who could help us through this process. So we worked separately, we worked together, we worked with the mayor, we made suggestions. We came here tonight and found together over $1 million. So I'm sorry if I just think it is for optics if we don't pass a better budget than we were given, so that we can say this budget was horrible, everybody look at it. It's still not great now, but it's better and we did it. So why would we put all that aside just so that we can continue the same narrative we're continuing? If the mayor fails, the city fails, guess what? We're all failures too. There was already an audit. We paid for it. We got a report. Some of that's on us. That $6 million was in there. It wasn't really brought to our attention, but we didn't say anything about it. So there's blood on all your hands and mine too. And please do not come at me personally on this floor for going to the administration until someone would listen to me, and for asking questions and then getting the information and sitting and presenting it, because the mayor does not have the liberty to present those changes, okay? Because I wouldn't do that to any of you. And no matter who finds the cuts or the revenue, we're making the budget better. We live here. It's our money. So please, let's be a team, and we can be upset about it, because no matter what budget came forward, we're gonna have changes. But let's pass a budget that's better than the one that was presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions or any other comments before I call for rule? Councilmember Marino, I apologize, I'm losing my voice.
It's okay. We're all on our last leg tonight. I share the sentiments of Councilman Donegan, Council Vice President Ferry, and to Councilwoman Renzulli's point about, making it better. This budget is an F. And whether you give it a grade of a 20 out of 100 or a 40 out of 100 because we saved $1 million, it's still a failing grade. And the fact is, the administration, this is their task to work on this and present this to us. They had a finance director. I was in these city halls when the finance director was meeting with each department head before the mayor presented his budget on April 1st. Our finance director was still here with all that institutional knowledge, and yet still the best that this administration came up with was this failing budget that we received. It's a slap in the face to the residents. It's a slap in the face to everyone in this city for what we were presented with, to have a structural deficit using ARPA funds in no way, shape, or form in a way that, we were led to believe that they would be utilized. And it is simply a day late and a dollar short, but to the tune of millions of dollars. When this administration in the last final, weeks, now all of a sudden, we're going to find cuts in spending. Why? Because we as council members spoke up and said it should be done. I mean, that's your job. And it wasn't even done. The easy part is saying to each department, yep, I'm going to give you what you want. Residents, yep, you want turf, you're going to get it. The hard part is saying, we don't have the money. It is not fiscally responsible. And whether it is my household with my family that I love, part of the reason for loving this community is being honest with it. And that is not what we got. So I am a no.
Any other comments? Councilmember Riley.
Thank you, Council President. I think we all agree this has been a difficult time. None of us have been happy with what was presented. However, let's call a spade a spade. There's been a lot of politics here tonight on votes. So when we're sitting here at the 11th hour, chastising the mayor about how bad his budget was, guess what? Our work tonight, yeah, we found $1 million, but we all get Fs tonight because that's nothing. I mean, unless you were prepared to come in and make some major changes to this budget, then we can't say we've been given an opportunity to fix it. It's not like we just have to accept what was given. We had the opportunity here tonight to change it, and we didn't. People were voting no left and right. And we give the school an extra $1 million. When nobody, we can all sit here and say that the teachers are better than everybody else in the world, which I think that is an honorable profession. But we don't have the money. So if we don't have the money for turf fields, we don't have another money to create a further structural deficit with that $1 million. So anybody that voted no on certain things and then wants to tout, and point fingers right now, it's just disingenuous. I do agree. And I've had to hear a lot of back and forth about it because I was vocal against the budget. And it is what it is. I don't have this job to make friends. And if me speaking my mind gets me quote unquote iced out or whatever it is, so be it. I could care less. This is my job and I'm here to do it. So I put forth a lot of amendments tonight. I discussed other amendments with colleagues to see if I'd get any support. Didn't get any support on any of them. Nobody has the will to make the cuts that need to be made. So we have to blame ourselves as much as the mayor, but I didn't like the budget when it started. We didn't do anything nearly enough tonight. So I'm really not sure where I'm gonna go in terms of voting yes or no on the overall budget, but it would leave us in a predicament, a worse predicament if we don't have one and just leave what was given to us. So those are just the comments I wanted to say about tonight. So I hope everybody can, if we're against this, then we should have worked together to fix it. But to pick and choose and let things slide through because it's politically expedient, because there's large groups in the room, that's just disingenuous. We need to have some courage here.
Thank you. Any comments from anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Going once. Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you. I'm going to echo the sentiment. A few of my colleagues here on the council, you know, I agree with some of the sentiments that my council's noted regarding the budget that's been put forth before the mayor. Yes, we have a responsibility as a council body, and so does the administration. And I also feel though, you know, where would we have been had that $19 million from the American Rescue Plan not had been a sort of a rescue, if you may, to our cities, to our city. And so knowing that we're digging into the 19 million, knowing that we have a 2.85 proposed tax increase to all our Cranston residents during these tough times, and it's a 6% increase to what the budget was. Yes, we voted in favor of some things and we voted against the others. But in my, I'm not going to be supporting this budget either this tonight. For those reasons, and echoing the sentiments of Council Member Ferry, Donegan, and Marino. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from anybody else? Councilmember Jermaine.
Thank you, Council President. It is a difficult choice because we all here on behalf of our constituent and to do the best for them. The decision we make is in the best interest of our constituent. And I echo the sentiment of my colleague. I have received so many emails that tell me, please, please, no, this is not in the best interest of our city. So I understand some raises because the cost of life, but guess what? Our taxpayer does not have raises. I don't have a raise in my job. So we all are impacted by the inflation. So I don't feel it's fair to, in this budget with those raises, while we raise taxes on our taxpayer and they don't have a raise in their job. So based on the sentiment of I share with my colleague, and this raises, I cannot with good faith to vote for that, because we are all impacted by the cost of life. Why in that situation now, we have to give raises, raise taxes, and our taxpayer, the one that will be impacted the most. So I will not be able to vote for this budget as is.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion from anybody who hasn't spoken yet? Councilmember Campopiano.
Boy, I don't know what to say. I took this position and I accepted this position to help out my constituents, and I feel like I let them down. We all did a lot of work, and we all had a chance to look at it and make cuts and bring it down, but we fell short. And I still don't know how to vote when this is done. I hate to throw it back and just say we did all this for nothing and let it come back to us the way it was. I didn't think it would be this tough. But well, I guess that's all I have to say. I even decide yet. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Campopiano. Everybody has had a chance to speak. I will speak last. Auditor DeMayo, how much did this council cut off the operating budget tonight?
It was 1,372,000 change.
How much did we cut off the capital budget? Which is essentially using our credit card, paying it off after 20 years.
Close to $2 million.
Close to $2 million. So by voting no on this budget, you're voting no on the cuts that we've made here the last 7 hours. Nobody is happy with this budget. And I said it last year. I don't like this budget. I don't like any budgets. I've hated every budget that's come in front of us, and I hate this one the most. But if we don't pass an operating budget, this, in my opinion, this council's failed. I mean that. You know, I know we weren't handed anything that was easy to work with, but this council worked hard the last 7 hours to make cuts. Councilmember Jermaine brought up the raises. By voting no on this budget, the raises go through. There are a lot of things that were done tonight that will go through. Just disappointing. We have a great council. We all work hard. Our hearts are all in the right places. I wish the constituents knew how many hours we all put in. I really do. Just not even here, outside of here, doing stuff in the community, all of us. But tonight's work was for nothing if this doesn't pass. Madam Clerk, please take the roll on the amended adoption of the budget for July 1st, 2022 in the amended capital improvement program. By the way, a no sends it as submitted by the mayor. Or yes, that's what it does. A yes would be to approve the work we did tonight. A no would be to do it as submitted. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No,
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, budget fails 3-6. Moving on, we have the 3 agenda items. First one is the ordinance making the annual appropriation for the city of Cranston for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. And I'm going to ask legal counsel, is there anything I should say with this that I'm forgetting? No. I'll entertain a motion on the ordinance making the annual appropriation. I need a motion. Nobody can make a motion tonight? Motion to approve.
Second.
Do we have a second? All right, open for discussion. This is separate from the operating budget, to my understanding. This is the ordinance making the annual appropriation for the city of Cranston for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. It's the second bullet item on the docket. I can't hear you without the microphone.
No, I said, I'm pulling it up on the second device because the first one, battery died. So
No problem. Been here since 6 or earlier. 1 second. Councilmember Donegan, are you done? Okay, Councilmember Vargas.
Just for the record, this is appropriating the funds for this current fiscal year.
Correct.
Sorry, July 21st of FY '23, correct? This is for the FY '23,
Correct.
which does go hand in hand with the budget.
Can I get Mr. Igo, what is this? This ordinance is separate from the budget. So we just did the budget. Can you explain the annual appropriation ordinance and the importance of it passing tonight?
The appropriations, but is the actual adoption of the budget.
Okay. So it's attached to the budget.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No,
Councilwoman Jermaine. No. Councilman Donegan. No. Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
No.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Council Vice President Ferry,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. The next item is a resolution. Fails 3-6. The next item is a resolution levying the ordering, the assessment and collection of a tax on rateable real estate and tangible personal property pursuant to section 6.11 of the Home Rule Charter. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
You have a second?
Second for discussion.
Any discussion from, any questions on this? This is setting the tax rate.
You still want to meet tomorrow?
Kind of important. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
No.
No, because you sent that 10 minutes ago before they voted, so.
no,
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes. Next, we have the ordinance fixing the date when taxes are assessed, due and payable. In a date when unpaid taxes will carry a penalty. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Can we have an explanation?
Interest and we were talking about yesterday.
Do we have an explanation on the ordinance fixing the date when taxes are assessed? This allows us to send the bills out, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this is the ordinance that sets the date. So basically, all the tax bills are due on July 15th, but we give the people, the residents, the opportunity to pay quarterly. So this sets out the dates that those quarterly payments are due. If not, there's interest accrued back to July 15th when the taxes are due in full.
Okay, so this allows us to break up into quarterly payments. Councilmember Donegan.
Just, I'm gonna be voting in favor of this. And I would also just appreciate reminding the administration that city code on the tax letter they are supposed to mention recycling. So I hope that we'll see that in the letters that go out this year.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion or questions? There being none, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
yes,
Councilwoman Jermaine. Yes. Councilman Donegan. Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferry.
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed? See none opposed. We are adjourned. Good night, everyone.